Hello everyone. I think we are live again since a very long time. Welcome. Let me quickly check if we are actually live. Yes, I think we are. Yes, I can see myself. Great. So yes, welcome. I hope everything works out. It's been such a long time since I did a live stream. I think it's almost a year, and it's about time we get started doing some coding again. How's the volume of the music? I think it's okay. Yeah. I think everything is working. So, what I want to do today. So, quick introduction. Every first Friday of the month at Wonderland we do a project day. And the idea is that everybody that works on the engine uses the engine for a day to build something and explore some things. Now, since that I'm working with the engine every day, I thought it might be a nice idea to get back into streaming and take everybody on a little journey to show how I would approach building a game. Now, this is not going to be an in-depth tutorial on how to do everything. If you want to know and learn about how to get started with the engine, there is a very nice course that just got released. There's a link in the description to that. And let me quickly check. Yeah. So, if you want to join that course, you can use a special code I got just right before the stream. If you use the code Sorskoot 40, then you get a 40% off, which is only valid today. So let's go switch to the desktop and, well, start building a game. And from there I will show and explain what we are going to do with this little game. So prior to the stream, I wanted to make sure that everything was working. I've had all crazy things happen in streams in the past, and you forget things and you do things wrong and you mess things up. So I didn't want to go to a struggle of me being stupid and not getting something to work correctly. So I just created a new project right before the stream and tried it out to see if it runs. Normally that would just work, but the thing is with live streams that things go weird. I just created a default scene and that's it. That is this project. The only thing I added were the dependencies, so we don't have to wait on npm installs or whatever. I have not done anything else to this project yet. But these are just the libraries I probably going to use. If you want to use some UI, we probably use the React UI. If we want to, no, we of course need the components and the API. Yesterday I updated my own component library with some things I gathered through other game projects. Things that will help out. Code for that is open source and you can use that library if you want in your own games. Link to the GitHub repo is in the description as well. So what I want to do today is go and build a simple minesweeper clone in 3D. And for now, I'm just going to disable VR since we're not going to do VR right now. The template contains VR, and technically we can do VR. But I'm not planning on focusing on VR for this stream. So basically disabling VR removes the button. So yeah, how are we going to approach this? I think we're going to start with creating a grid. I think the volume of the music is still a bit too loud. At least for me it is. Let me lower it a bit. Okay. So we're just going to generate a grid. And then start adding some logic to that to add a bomb. Or a number, and then we're going to add the interaction. If we have that working, we continue and changing the graphics and those kind of things. What I do want to do is keep in mind that we probably want to change the graphics. So I want to create a well, once we can generate a grid, I'm going to add a prefab project and spawn in tiles or objects whenever we need it. I'm going to assume we'll have time enough today to also add some better graphics. I was thinking of... I can quickly grab that. I think... I did not. Let me quickly grab... Did I write it down? Yeah. It's weird that it's not in my list. I thought I copied everything. Oh, it is. So I was thinking of using this library for some design things to make the minesweeper idea a bit different, and we'll just go on from there. So instead of eventually trying to figure out and find bombs, we are just going to find the traps. There's traps in the free version with spikes. I might, but I'm not sure yet, go in and modify the models slightly. So the spikes are separate from the ground tile. So if you press the ground tile, it will pop up. And then we need to figure out a way to mark tiles with a flag or whatever. I'm not sure what's in the pack, but we can maybe add a shield to it or something if we figure out how to do that. If we then have time left, the mini variety pack. Welcome, Squares. The variety pack, yeah. So we can use bombs too. And flags. Did I see that correctly? We can do the bombs too, so a bomb pops up and you can place a flag if there's a bomb. Maybe we combine the packs. Let's first build something and then see where we can take it from there. Because I was thinking to take it to the to another level after, if there's time left, or maybe in the next stream next month, or I don't know. It would be nice to create like a dungeon crawler type game where you start with an easy level and gradually move from dungeon to dungeon, getting harder levels, and maybe have irregular shape levels. So it's in a corner, or there are pillars in the middle with which you have to move around. I don't know, maybe something like that. But first of all, let's see if we can figure out how to generate a grid. So I'm going to remove some stuff here, since we are probably not going to need it. So we have the sphere and the cone. And I think we're just going to generate an array and use the cube for that. So we're just going to create a grid of any number. We use a variable for that. Yeah, and see how we can make that work. So let's go to VS Code. And I'm going to... I like to structure things. So, is this readable? I think it is. We can maybe zoom in even further. Yeah, that's probably fine. So I'm... most often use a components folder for my components. So things are structured in a way. And let's just go to create a new file, and let's call this let's just call it grid.ts. We're using TypeScript. I'm a pretty lazy coder, so I created a list or a VS Code extension with code snippets. So if I want to create a new component and just do WL component, you know what? I'm going to do this again, and I'm going to rename this file to grid generator. To make it a little bit more interesting. So the file is named grid-generator. This is the name of the component in the editor. Now when I do my script, it creates a class grid generator with a type name grid generator. Copilot is helping out, but not really, because I want to have an integer parameter, and I'm using my snippet again here to speed things up. And this is the width of the grid, and we're going to start with a grid by 8 by 8. I think is a nice size. I'll do it again. Height. Oh, and 8 by default. We don't need the init, and I'm not sure if we're going to need the update method right now, so I'm keeping it in here. By the way, if anyone has questions, just feel free to drop them in chat. I might not be able to answer everything right away, but feel free to ask either here or in the comments if you are watching this at a future moment. So the start method is executed when the component is started at runtime. So we're just going to go to the editor now, and to make sure it's always loaded, I'm going to add the components folder. Now, I sometimes run into issues with doing this, and right now I do. I don't know why this happens sometimes. So it picks a weird folder name. Relative, but not really relative. So let me quickly go in. The file, the Wonderland projects are just JSON files, so I can really quickly go in, and sometimes it does this, sometimes it does not, but I'm just going to do it quickly like this. So, fixed. Nobody saw that. And now if I quickly reopen the project, it's there. So getting an empty object in the hierarchy, I'm going to name this, well, let's call this generator. For now, we can always modify it later. Add component, and now my components. So there's a lot of components already here. These are the default, these are the native components that come with the editor. There's also, because I added the Wonderland components library, there are a couple of components like the cursor or the hand tracking. Those come with the default Wonderland components, but I also have my own list of components here, like prefabs or tags, which I often use in my games. But we have the grid generator here, and we should have two properties here, a width and a height, both of 8. Now this doesn't do anything yet. We also want to clone this cube and spread it all over the level, and use this in the grid. So what we're going to need for this right now at the start is another property here, WL, and I do object, and I get a parameter for object, and let's call this base tile. Let's do it like this. So this base tile we're going to clone and then modify the position for the entire level. Now, I set it to require. If I would not set it at this point, it will throw an error. You just have to set it right now. Things break if you don't. So let's go here to the generator, and I can just drag this one. Oh, if I can aim. The cube is now there. Now this doesn't remove the cube, it just reference it, and now we can start working with the cube. I'm going to create a private method grids. Already knew what I was doing, and we're just going to call the create grid from the start. Now I like to separate things out a bit, so maybe in the future I need to refactor this and change things up, move things around, and it's easier if things are grouped nicely in methods and those kind of things. So that's why I always like to call a method from the start and the update, just to keep things clear, and I probably end up in the future needing to modify this somehow. So now we need to create an array to store the tiles. We could just go in and randomly drop things in the scene. But I like to, in this case, because I probably will need to have some sort of reference to the objects, I'm going to create a grid for now, and I am a little bit in doubt if I'm going to create a 2D array or if I'm going to use a map for this. I've been exploring a voxel engine idea for a game lately, and I've been looking into the code of Minecraft a lot to see how that works. And For that, I was using a 3D array at first to generate and store the voxel data. And this is basically a 2D voxel type thing, an array of objects. But let's slowly move towards a single array for easy access. And then I learned that a JavaScript map object is just as fast. And it's quite easy to either access them by a string or... So we need to have a way to easily identify something and check, because we need to check neighboring tiles as well. How we're going to approach this. I think we should use a map. So we're going to use a private... this is a grid. And it's going to be a map of... Let's do string and object 3D for now. I think that's okay. I am a bit in doubt of the string, because if we create a special type, like a point, for example, and I'm just thinking out loud right now, I have not... Well, I checked the rules of a minesweeper, but I played a lot, so I have not really given much thought how to build a minesweeper game. So I'm making it up as we go. So what we can do to make it easier is maybe just do a is it a type or a class? Let's do a class point. Oh, a point is something else. A point 2D. And it can be as easy as this. And we can use this as a... we don't even need to specify it here. We can just do new map. So we can use this as a key now. So whenever we want to have the position of something, we can just check it if there is a point 2D with a certain XY coordinate. Even if we go out of bounds, and that's the nice thing about this, it will just return false. If we just check if we have only positive numbers, and we check on the topmost row where the X is 0 and the Y is 0, and we check Y minus 1, there's just no tile there. We just get no result from the map back. We don't get errors that we go out of bounds. We don't need to add complex checks. If we are still in bounds, we just check that position. We can even add functions to the point to just make it easier to go up or down or above, next to it, or has neighbors, I don't know. So we can expand on this. So I think this might be an easy thing to do. Now we might need to do this multiple times. So I'm going to start clearing it. And I like that Copilot is kind of knowing what I want to do and just hinting at things. If you see me stream before, I've always been amazed with how good Copilot was even years ago, and it still is pretty nice, helping out in things. Although I don't ask it a lot, I just accept or don't accept suggestions. Like this. We get a couple of errors, but because this is not how it works, so we're just going to remove that. Yeah, set position is not something that's there. We're just going to do set position world. It's not a new point, it's making it up. But we need to pass it an array. Now, if you are using arrays or vectors in the update loop, I would suggest creating a global temporary vector for this. And we're probably going to do that at some point, since we are... since we just want to update things later as well. But for just these things that are not really that heavy, I often just create it on the fly. So the position is I 0 J. So it's 0. We need to give it a 3D position, but we use a 2D a 2D coordinate system, so we keep the Y at 0. And we probably want to have it centered at some point, so we'll probably need to subtract this width divided by 2 and minus this dot height divided by 2. So technically this would well, clone the cube in a tile and set the position of that tile. Now I need to keep in mind that at some point just clearing this grid is not clearing the game itself. So we need to be able to clear the game. So I'm thinking of either using the current object as a parent, because if you don't give this a parent, it just it cloned to the scene root. So we can do this dot object, and then all these tiles will be parented to the current object. I think that's easiest for now. And then at some point we can just remove all the children of this object, and then the grid is clear again. We set the position, and now we need to add it to the grid. So we do this dot grid. We create a new point 2D and add a tile. So no matter how big or how small the grid is, we can do that. Now I wonder, can we... Is this good? Can we do... Yeah, we can do a for each to run through all the objects in the grid. So at some point we need to check all tiles and add tiles and do crazy things. So let's just save this. And I think this should basically create a grid of objects. Now I've set the size. I didn't set the size. It's just incrementing by 1. So the grid will have tiles of 1 by 1 meter. This cube is scaled down by half, but it's 2 meters in size, so this will be 1 meter by 1 meter too. So we should not see any seams. So let's just run this and see what happens. There we go. I think it works. And there we have it. We've generated a grid. Now, to make sure it's aligned correctly, I want to see the seams of the in between. So I'm going to make this a tiny bit smaller. And it's already refreshed, so Now this is the original cube. So what I often do with those kind of things is just, and this will be used later as well, I often create a prefabs object, move everything I clone or use in the, let's reset it to 0, 0. Doesn't really matter. Everything I use in the game as prefabs or that I clone, or I just want it out of the way. So we just move this down by 1,000 meters. So it's well out of view. We can still go there. We just hit F in the editor. We can just go there and see the object. And later on we can just add prefabs here as well, and we don't have to worry about them showing up. Because if we look at the camera, the far clipping plane is 100 meters. So everything outside of 100 meters will be, well, not being rendered. And this is the default setting. So if you move it 1,000 meters down, you don't see it. You don't see them. They're there, but you don't see them. So now when we go here, it automatically refreshed again, and we have a nice grid. We can fly around. Eventually I'm going to change the camera and want to have a static camera, either a static camera that is pointing down at the grid, and use the orbital camera to just rotate around it. But for now, it's for debugging, it's sometimes easier to have a camera where you can fly around. Even when I build a VR game, I often just keep the original camera around, and either remove it with the script or just leave it in there. So when I'm debugging, I can easily fly around and check things out. Though you can use the WebVR helper extension to do VR, or just really easily test things on your headset. Are we still on the... No. Oh my god. We're probably going to get issues here. So the music decided to go out of the normal music. So we're probably going to get copyright claims. I was listening to the music. I was thinking that's not the correct music. Oh, damn it. It should just repeat. I just like to have something going on in the background. Anyway, we'll see. So now we have a grid. We need to add more information to it. So I think we should add a tile component we can reuse. So if we're going to modify the models, it doesn't really matter what tile it is, I think. Is that true? So each tile will have 2 states eventually. Which is fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. We're just going to create a tile component and we go from there. So let's just go back to the code and add a new file. And let's call this tile TS. It is a tile. And let's just quickly scaffold a new component. Are we going to use the cube for this right now? I think we can. Or are we going to go one step further first? Maybe. We'll just go with it. I will see. We'll see where we go. So the tile, we need an enum. Let's do a new folder, enums. And let's do a new file and call this tile types.ts export new enum, or not new enum, export enum tile types. No, that's not correct. It doesn't know we're doing a minesweeper. So a tile can be empty. And that's 0. It can be a bomb. Not sure if it's going to be a bomb eventually. We'll see where we go, but technically it's a bomb. It's empty, it's a bomb, or it's a number. Now, well, it will be fine like it is. Do we need to create an enum for every different number? Will there be a difference? I think it might be easiest to work with if we have all... Why? If it's number 1. Then we can create an object, design it like a number 1, give it a color, I don't know, the number, add a number text to the thing, give it a number or a color and make it specific. Because these things do not change. The level is generated and then they do not change. So we can just hard code at a number. I think. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8. So we have 8 numbers. Okay. And the prefabs that this will be on will need to be have the tile type specified, right? So I'm going to use another snippet here, and I'm going to use a tricky one. I'm going to use tile type, and I'm going to use that tile types enum for this. And this little piece of code here generates the options for me. There's one catch with using this snippet, and that is only can only use numbers. So in TypeScript you can do this too. Well, we need to specify the rest as strings too, but we can do this. But since I only use numbers, we can make our life easier and just generate everything. So let's go and into here. And we have the cube, and we're going to add that tile component. It's already added here. And in here we have the list now with the different objects. So we just keep this at empty. I'm going to clone it. And I'm going to call this one bump. And I'm going to change the color for now to yellow. So just we can see what's going on. Let's call this empty tile. And let's call this bump tile. In a sec, we're going to move this to a separate project so we can spawn them in a different way. But for now, I just want to have the bumps placed because that might be a tricky thing. And then we'll go from there. Now, because we changed the position, we can just place them next to each other. And then when we clone them, we change the position, so the position doesn't really matter. And if we later on going to spawn them in, we're going to reset the position also. We need to make a small change to the first component, because we now have a base tile, which is right now just the empty tile, and we're going to use the bump tile. There will be different tiles, because the base tile will be the tile that is shown when we have not uncovered it yet. And then when we uncover it, it can be either an empty tile or one of the other tiles. So now we create the grid, but we need to specify. We need to specify this differently, I guess. Because we just clone base tiles, and we need to specify other tiles too. Yeah, I know. What we can do is just check the grid. Let's just put this in a variable for now. Let's do a constant, and let's do a current point. Move this up. So now we have a current point, and we just do get current point. No, we're not going to destroy it. We're just grabbing the object from the grid. Just curious, is there a has to? Yeah, there is a has to. Okay, this is even easier. So if the grid has the current point, there's something there already. So we should check if the grid has not has the current point. And this way we can just do everything else and then run this to fill in the blanks and just add the empty points. And we can use this later on to check for the numbers too. But first we're going to add a number of bombs. We should probably add a property for the number of bombs. Let's do another integer number of bombs. How many bombs is normal? Like 8? Is 8 a normal number? Or, I don't know. We have to check it out. Are we still live? Yep. Nice. So let's just go in and add some random bumps to the grid first. So we do a for loop. Do we do a for loop? No, we do not do a for loop because we don't want to. We need to do a while loop. While. And we do a let bumps placed is 0. And as long as bumps placed is less than the number of bombs, we're going to place bombs. Because if we want to place a bomb at a position, well, it's actually quite nice. So if we do want to place a bomb at a position that is already taken, if there is a bomb on the point, we just go skip it and pick a new position. That way we always end up with 8 bombs. And in this case, I think Copilot did a nice job. So it takes an X position, it floors a random position. It makes it an integer. Takes that point, checks the point, clones the bomb tile in a similar way. Set the position world. Okay, great. I think this should work, but before we can test it, we need to assign. So we renamed the first one, which is empty tile now, and we need to assign the bomb tile here. Save. So technically this should be already working, and there we go. Nice. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bombs here, and if we refresh the page, we should have different bombs. I think I'm going to change the position of the camera a bit, so we don't have to walk around every time. So we go. So there is no real easy way of doing this. So we're just going to eyeball it a bit. If you press, so if you use short keys in the editor, and if you do the same, the short keys are similar to what Blender is using. You can easily switch to local space and world space. If, for example, if you want to rotate, right now it's in world space, and if I do R to rotate again, it will switch to local space. So since this camera is already angled in a direction, or I think the camera is not angled in a rotate, it's the player that is angled in a direction. So we don't want to move this up. We do want to move the player up. You know what? I think we should just go to the orbital camera right away. And I'm not really sure how to use that again. Let's search orbital camera. I think this just replaces the mouse look on the camera. Yeah, so now we rotate around a specific point. But that point, I mean, can even move around. That's nice. Although it snaps back to the original position. So we're going to do 2 things now. For now, just disable the WASD control, so we're not going to move around. And we're going to place the player at 0, 0. And remove the rotation. So now the player is just at the center of the world, right at the center of the game. And now if we go here, we rotate around the center. Now the distance is too close. We can use the mouse wheel to scroll out a bit, but I want to make the distance a bit bigger. I think that's radial, so right now it's 5 meters. Let's just try 10. Yeah. So now we go look at the level from above. What I find interesting is that it doesn't seem to be right at the center. Interesting. Is it off? Is the generator off? No. Let me try something. Let's quickly add a mesh. Let's do a cone. Make it green. Move it up a little bit. This is the center of the... Oh, no, it's not the center. Oh, it is. I'm just move it up. This is the center of the level. Are we... If we look down, we rotate it around the center. But the grid is not in... The grid is not centered. Am I being stupid again? Why is the grid not centered? The blocks are centered. Yeah, so technically... Am I being stupid? So this is something that happens a lot with live streaming. You cannot think completely straight because your attention is all over the place. Oh, I think I know. No, I don't. The blocks are off by half a meter. And this is off by half a meter. But still, I don't get why the center... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why is there one more on the other side? This should be 0, 0, 0, right? Mm-hmm. So we start at x minus 4. Yeah, we need to shift this over by half, I think. See? Now it's centered. And we need to shift it over by half because the pivot is in the in the center. So because we have a even number of tiles, the center is not at 0, 0 of the first tile. Cool, fix that. Let's remove that mesh again, because we don't need it. Is this orbital camera correct? Well, oh, since we are working on that, let's quickly improve it a little bit. The minimum elevation is right now at 0, so that's why we can look dead on the floor. We don't need that. And we need to go that low. So let's try 30. And do we want to see it from the exact top? Yeah, maybe. So that's the top, and this is the lowest we can go. Now we cannot zoom out, but we can zoom in a lot. We can see the whole grid. We might need to change the zoom eventually if we make levels bigger. For now, I'm going to set the min zoom to 10 as well. So now we have a radial of 10. So we're 10 meters from the center. and we have a min and a maximum of 10 meters. Do I like the damping? I mean, I think it's a bit too much. Or not too much, actually. We need to have more damping. Is that we need to make this higher then? Or no. The lower that value is, the faster we stop. So it's actually the opposite of damping, I guess. Let's try 0.7. Yeah, that's better. It doesn't stop immediately, but... Okay. Grab some more water. Wow, we're live an hour already? Well, we should be able to have the game working within the next hour, and then we can spend a couple of hours after that, maybe, to make it nice. First, let's do the next thing on the list and move this to prefabs. Now what we can do, and what is nice in the latest version of the editor, is that you can switch the project here. We just need to add another project. And that project needs to be empty. That can be empty. Now you can go in, do file, new project. And what I found is that you can also do, and I have not tried it lately, but I'm going to create the project file by hand. And let's just call this tiles.wlp. Save it, and in here. So now it's a valid JSON file. Right? By the way, if you use my VS Code extension, you can also do these kind of things, and you get a nice icon of the project files here. But we don't see it yet. We need to add this object here, or select this. So now the tiles project is inside the workspace. So this file will be the main file of the project, and then the other files, the tiles, will be the separate one. So I think I should be able to switch now. Now we do get an error and project settings and all kinds of stuff, but we want to set the prefabs here. So this can no longer be used as a standalone application, and it's a separate project now. It is completely empty. But the funny thing is that if we look at the code now, it added the defaults. And we don't need much right now. The shaders that are around are there. The pipelines that are around by default are there. And the rest is just empty, which is fine. So instead of adding something and then need to remove everything, I just had the most basic project file that we can get. Now I'm not sure. Let me quickly check one thing. Yeah, it uses everything from the main file. Great. And it should... well, eventually we should be able to use this file, and everything should work and everything should be nice. So I'm just going to now copy or move the two tiles we created in the prefabs here. And I can just do, well, doesn't really matter, but copy. And we go here to the tiles, and we do in the root, we do paste as child. Save. So now we have the bomb tile here. Now it moved it. I didn't move it. Why don't I see anything? Oh, it's missing the meshes. And the materials. That's right. It misses the materials because we don't have materials created here. And though we have used the default materials, there are no materials here. There's nothing here. Which is fine because we don't really want them anyway. Since we are going to use different things. So now we can do two things. Either copy the default over or just add an asset for the bombs and the tiles. And maybe we should just do that. Let me quickly go in and copy a few things. I said we're going to use the dungeon. Do I have the variety kit as well with the bombs? Well, let me. I think I can just show the screen as well. So this is just. I'm just looking at the file browser. I've downloaded a lot of these packs already because I always use similar ones. So I have Dungeon Remastered and the assets. And do we use FBX or GLTF today? Let's go with GLTF. And let's do floor tile. Is there floor tile? Floor tile large. Yeah, let's just use this one for the floor tile. And then we add a bomb on top of the floor tile to make things more interesting. So I'm moving this away because I can just drop this in here. And let's... Oh, wait. We should make things nice and clean. Let's do models. New folder. Textures. Now there is a bug, possibly, that when we switch this to this folder, the editor crashes. Can I move it into here? No, it doesn't. Oh, cool. Okay, so we have models here. Let's quickly find that bomb texture, bomb model. 3D. You know, I just thinking ahead one step. Let's go in and find the other floor tile. There is one, I think, that is empty. And use that as well. Floor tile, large rocks crate, foundation. No, oh, that's a wall. Floor foundation. Floor dirt. Or we can use dirt. Are we removing all tiles? Ah, well, let's go for the bomb. But just continue and we'll deal with it later. Mini variety game. No, not the brand. Models. GLTF. And let's see. Is there a bomb? Team blue, team yellow, team... Is there a color? Oh, there is a color around it. Well, let's use the red one then. A red bomb is more scary than a blue bomb, I guess. Let's drop that in here too. Boom. And now we need to go to the textures. I forgot to pick up the texture of the other one, but... models... Where are the textures? Oh, in this case, the textures are in the models. Oh, interesting. Because in the dungeon, the texture is separate. Which is fine too. We're just going to drop it in here. Texture. Okay. So now we have a model for a bomb and a model for the floor. Yeah, so we can just drop them in. That's the bomb. Now it adds it to the hierarchy as well, but so the bomb model is actually 3 meshes. It's 3 materials. But I guess that's fine. Doesn't matter. I'm going to remove the mesh here. And I'm going to make the bomb a child of that mesh. So now... Oh, there's no lights in the scene. And I think for the material... Oh, it's just colors and not even textured. Do we want lighting? I don't know. I often just use flat shading. We can use lighting, but you can just... We can leave it dark for now. And the floor tile, we make that a child of this too. And the reason is, I can just, for example, move this up 0.5 meter. So now this one has just the position. See, the bomb is not in the center. Let's just reset it and move it up. So if we need to change something about a model, rescale it. I mean, it's scaled by 2.2. Weird number, but it's scaled by 2.2. So if we want to keep that scale and keep the position different, we can just keep it as a child. Often I even add an empty thing in between to not even have to change this scale or... you know what? Let's just do that. Let's add an empty thing and just call it offset. So we're resetting the position of the bomb. And we move the offset up 0.5 meter. Why is the offset? Interesting. Oh, that's because of the scaling. Haha. So when we move it up 0.5 meter, it was moving it up 0.5 meter, but because we had a scaling here, it would move it up 0.5 meter and then scale it to the local position, and then it would be weird. So let's do the same thing here. Just keep it. I think this should be 1 by 1 meter, but it doesn't have an edge, so I'm going to make it a tiny bit smaller. Okay, cool. So now we have a bomb tile. It's tiles.wlp. So we can go into the original, the main file, and we can just remove the prefabs. And I'm going to add an empty object and call this tile prefabs. I'm going to use a base class I created to make things a hell of a lot easier with spawning things. So we're going to create a tile spawner. New file, tile spawner.ts. And I'm going to scaffold this, but I'm going to remove pretty much everything and make this a it should be inside my at Sorskoot Wonderland components, or I messed something up, but Didn't I call it spawner? No, it's prefab base. That's why. It's a prefab base. And it's an abstract class and it requires you to implement one thing. And that's the prefab bin name. That's it. Because that's the only thing that changes every time. And the base class takes care of spawning everything and makes life very, very, very easy. So this is just the name of the file. So it's tiles.bin. That's the bin file. That's it. Oh, and we need to do one thing just as a best practice. If you inherit, so this is actually also a component. And if you inherit from a component, you need to specify that you want to inherit the properties too. So you can just create a base class for any component and inherit from that. And even if it has properties like the tile type or what we did here, all these properties, if you want to have those available in the class that is inheriting the other class, then you need to add that static inherit properties true. And whenever I just inherit a component, I always add this just to make sure it's there. So now when we go in, not here, I'm going to add that new tile spawner class. I don't think it has any properties, no. There's also another thing quite special about these prefabs, and that it is a singleton. And I can just say whenever I need this class, I can just reference it. So instead of just cloning the bomb now, I can go to the tile spawner we just created. I can say instance, and now I can say spawn, and that would spawn a new tile. Now, there's one tricky thing, and that is that it's not referencing a object anymore, but it's string based. So we need to change this to a string, I guess. I think we can just change it to a string real quickly. And now we can say this dot bomb tile, and we want to parent it to this, and by default it is active. You might want to have objects that are spawned that are not active at the start. For example, if you want to pop up like score effects, or maybe we want this bomb as soon as the tile doesn't spawn, but if we want to spawn in the bomb itself, we need to activate it. So that's that. And now we can do something similar here. We spawn in a base tile. This is the base tile. We set a position. Okay. So let's go and let me check one more thing. This is still below 0. Now it didn't automatically refresh anymore. So let me just restart, and something broke. Nice. We have an error. Oh yeah, because I'm stupid and I forget the whole thing. See, we're again. I thought that in Spotify, if you would loop an album, it would loop that album. Oh man, I'm getting so much copyright claims on this video. Let's just do something else to make sure it doesn't happen again. You know what? We're just going to keep the music off. That might be better. Damn it. So we need to have the names of the tiles here. I think I call this empty tile and I call this bomb tile. I think. Let me check. Oh. No. Bomb tile and empty tile. Okay, let's switch back. And run. And still errors. Why? Cannot append missing pipeline thong opaque textured. Ah. So what's happening now is that we have materials right here. And it's thong opaque textured. And this one is thong opaque. But these are cleaned out. Oscar, thank you. Maybe the volume was so low that it's not really coming through. We won't get any issues there. I'm just going to keep it off to be safe. Thanks. So we need to make sure these materials are actually in the other project too. I guess. So they seem to be here, but the materials are not. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's just add a mesh and then copy the materials over. Doesn't really matter. Can we copy materials actually? Can we do copy paste? Yes. No. Yeah, actually I have a playlist with non-copyright music, stream beats, and well, it's not the real playlist, but I always use that. I just picked an album and just had that repeat. I can quickly check. Oh, it's way down in the list. At the bottom of the list, I guess. I have a playlist specifically for streams. Otherwise, I pick this one. Stream. Yeah, here it is. We can just do this. this should be fine. It should be playing this playlist randomly, and the playlist is 8 hours long. So we won't run out of... Oh, that's right. It's a texture. Maybe break the link. Let's see if we can do that. Go in here. How do we break a link? Funny. I thought it was an option. So yeah, we have the source here. And I thought you could break that, but I think that would only work if the texture is missing. Challenges. See, we can just unlink it here. But now it's not linked. I also don't like the bomb texture. Yeah, it's just removing it here. If the link is broken, you can remove the link. It would be nice if there was an option to break the link. But we can just we don't have much materials, and there won't be many more because all these will use the same texture anyway. Or featuring the nightly. Yeah, well, I'm still having issues with the nightly in the way I'm using the nightly build. So there are builds of the editor that are just with the latest and greatest, newest features that will come out at a later point. And during the project days like today, we often use the nightlies to just test things out and see what works and what not. But I have an issue with the nightlies, so I didn't switch to the nightly. And if I would release this game, the code for this game, people might not have the nightlies too. So that's why I chose to not use a nightly for this project. I think we're just going to recreate the materials real quickly. I think if we copy it, it also keeps the source reference. So we're just going to create a new material. We're going to do well, color material, and this is an opaque textured, right? And now we can just drop this in right there. Now it doesn't have a texture yet, but as this texture. Save. Now the texture has a source. Oh, the texture. Oh, that's interesting. The texture, even though I copied it, is also coming from that object. So I'm just going to add the texture manually and use that texture. So there is no difference, but now it's a separate texture. It's just this texture. If you want to change the color of anything, it would be fine. Are we on the right playlist? Yes, this is called Oracle, the song. Cool. So now I should be able to copy this material. Go here. Let's just delete this one. And let's paste the material. So So we're missing the pipeline because that has a different ID. It's a different project. So this is the opaque textured material. So we don't have the correct thing yet. So what I often do is just... So we're missing the texture here. Just drop it in. Drop it in there. Save. This is working. No. It cannot clone the bomb. Interesting. Is that because it's missing the texture still? Did I make a typo? That's the spawner, the generator, bomb tile, and empty tile. It's probably because it's missing the material or something. Oh. It's always a challenge. No. Interesting. Interesting. Spawning failed, prefab's not loaded. I am too fast, probably. I'm getting this warning. So yeah, there is a notification that is going off when the prefab is loaded. There's always a challenge with these kind of things. Eventually, it doesn't matter anymore. But because we are starting a game right now, directly into the gameplay, normally you would see a menu first and you hit play, and in the background everything is loaded. But because we are at the start of the game and just immediately go into it, the prefab is not loaded. So we can do two things: wait for the prefabs to load, or just add a delay. And I think we can just wait for the prefab to load. It's not the best way of doing it, but this should work. There we go. Prefabs are loaded. We see tiles. I think the tile is bigger than 1 by 1 meter. Nice, 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 nice. We're getting somewhere. But the tile is too big. I think the tile might be 2 meters, 3 meters. We already made it smaller. So let's do 0.45. Let's see what that does. Didn't automatically refresh, so that's still too big. Is it 4 meters? Let's go here. 0.24, just a slightly bit smaller, so we should have a separation. There we go. And now the bombs are really big. But we can see the difference. We see the grid because I made them slightly smaller. We can see the grid of tiles. Let's go here. Let's make the bombs way smaller. Let's do 0.5. There we go. Now they're floating a bit. Cool. So we can go in right here, go in here, look at the side. Let's see, they're floating. That's probably 0.25. So now they're back on the ground. Cool, now we need to add numbers. So we're just going to add a whole bunch more tiles. and just run through the map and check all the surrounding tiles. If there's a bomb, we increase it by 1, and if there is no bomb, we keep it empty. So we should end up with all kinds of numbers on the grid. First, let's just clone the empty tile. Could you do Control D and you have a copy. It's still floor tile large. I'm just not cloning it anyway, but I'm going to add a little light here so we can see what's happening. And I'm going to move this to the side. You know what? Let's make this a sunlight. So let's call this tile 1. And this is tile number 1. It's a floor tile large. And I'm going to add a text. Ooh, we don't have the font material. That's interesting. That's because I started with a completely empty project. Do we want to have a different font or just use the default font? Didn't think about that. So by default you have this font here. I don't think I have an easy collection with CC0 fonts. Right, do I? No. Nope. Then I think easiest would be to copy it manually. Yeah. Okay. If you don't start projects like I did, this won't be a problem. But I like to make a mess of things, I guess. So there's fonts here. Let me just copy this font. Control C, go here. And there should be a list of fonts here too. Meshes, textures. And the list should be empty. Pipelines, fonts. And we just drop this in. And now if we go here, we should have the font. We don't. Interesting. Why don't we have the font? Because I probably did it wrong. Okay, normally you should not mess with the files directly. What? Lol. My phone thought I was talking to my phone. Although I do want to use a different font actually, but this not works. We're going to use a different font. We're just going to create a fonts folder. Fonts. And we'll just look up a free font. Why is everything dark? Oh, because it clones the light. There is a light way down there now. A sunlight. And you can only have one sun. Ah! Free fonts download, 1000 free fonts. Let's see what type of font is funny to use. I want a CC0. Can we search for CC0? Free for personal use. Is there a CC0 option? I want a pixel font. No. What type of font do we need? Modern. License. Free. Update. Let's use this one. Download. Open. Is this a TTF? Yes, it is. So I'm going to go in here. I need to drop it in the fonts. But the easiest way, because it's in a zip file, do it like this. Hop, okay. Now it's there. We drop this in here, and now we have the carbon font. And now we can use that. We also need to have material for that font. And we use the text save. This one we can copy. Let's go quickly. Paste. The font material. The font itself is not in here yet. Now it is. And I'm going to quickly take this empty thing. Add a text so we can specify it. Use the font material, text, non-font, carbon block. There we go. And if we check it out here, there should be something with that font right there. Cool. So the font should be in easy peasy. Tile 1. And we do the text, we do material, font material. Is the font selected? No, the font is not selected yet, but now it is. And let's just do a 1. Let's move this up. Let's make it bigger. I actually want to lie it flat on the surface. Let's do this. Move it back down a bit. Oh, that's too much. Let's go to 0 and move it slightly up so it's slightly above. Well, let's... Are we back? Are we streaming? Just give me 1 sec. I cannot see chat anymore. You're all set. Yeah, I was all set. I think I'm back. Oh, now the user is wrong here. So that's also... something I struggled with. YouTube live control panel. The panels are off. Let me check. Is the channel live again? It seems to be stuck again. No, it's not. Huh. Am I back? Damn it. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't drop a single frame, nothing was wrong, and all of a sudden I see things got stuck. Just give me 1 sec. I just this one? No. Sucks. Yeah, for some reason, YouTube also thinks I'm a different user. Let's see, is this working again? It's excellent. The stream is excellent. It was excellent all the time. Nothing was wrong. And all of a sudden, I see things got stuck. Right. Okay, weird. Let's switch back to the desktop and see where we were. Okay. Audio, mic is working. I should not touch anything anymore. Let me even make sure things like Discord are gone. Is there anything else I need to exit Zoom? Don't need that. Exit Steam. Just make sure nothing is running. Even Unity is still running in the background. Exit Unity Hub. The rest should be fine. Let's keep the music off even. Just not take any chances. I'm not sure where I cut out. I just added tile 1, basically. So I'm going to go from here. Just to have the tile here. And I was going to go in to the code and see if I can do something with that. So now we have bombs placed. So instead of just checking the current point, I'm going to check if the current point... because there can only be a bomb right now. So if there is a current point, it is a bomb. Right? Is that true? Yeah, we're just going to run through the tiles one by one and say, well, is there something here? No. Well, if there's something there, we skip it, it's a bomb. If there's nothing there, we continue to the next tile and check that to see if there's a bomb next to it. If there is, we place a number. If there is not a bomb next to it, we just... I just wonder, I'm still wondering. This is working. Is the URL the same? Is the stream the same? I think it is. Can I see where I cut out then? Oh, interesting. For the recording, there's just one cut. So let me check. I was here. Oh yeah. So I just moved the number. I was moving the number just right up on top of the. Okay. So let's go into the code and let's continue where we were and make it a minesweeper clone. We're a bit behind schedule, but who cares? So if the grid does not have anything, let's add a bomb. So there's no bomb here. We need to check surrounding tiles. Yes, let's do a bomb count of 0 and just count. And then based on what we found, do we do it the easy way? Do we do switch bomb count? Yeah. And we do a string tile. No, that's not. It's a let string. We can even, yeah. Oh, that's not that. We already used tile. Tile name. We can skip 0 because if that's the base tile. And then we use the tile name to spawn the tile. We use the tile name to spawn the tile. I do like that YouTube offers the way to just continue the stream that got interrupted. But I don't know why it got interrupted. That's really, really bad. It's I need to figure out the Windows logs or something to see what happened. Because my internet connection is great. I rarely have any issues with the internet connection. It's just 1 gig up, 1 gig down. Let's see. No, I don't know. Okay, so we're counting bombs. We need to check first. So what we can do is... Can we do this? We do not need the current tile. Check the current tile. New point, checkpoint, has point, bomb count. Plus plus. Yeah. And the thing is, if we go out of bounds, it just it's not there. We cannot go out of bounds because we use a map. And that's one of the reasons we use a map. So thank you, Copilot. You make things you make life easier. So we do number 1 tile. You know what? Let's call this number 1. No, it's not number 1. What do I call a tile? I forgot already. Tile 1. So let's just call this tile 1 equals tile 1. If we want to change this, we can, but for now, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I forgot to count. It's 2 tile, number 3 tile, number 4 tile, number 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. I'm lazy. There we go. So these are the tiles. So now when we have a look at the editor and the generator, it already has the incorrect names for the tiles because I started with a capital. So we need to change them anyway. Damn it. Me being smart. Okay, it's tile 1, tile 2, tile 3, tile 4, tile 5, tile 6, tile 7, and tile 8. There we go. You know what? Let's just create the tiles here as well because it's pretty easy. It's tile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to spawn tile 1 first and ignore the rest, because if we need to change something about the tile, we need to do that first. And I'm going to... would be deactivating enough? Nope. I need to remove the light here. Delete. Fine. There we go. Because I don't know what orientation it has, and if we need to rotate this or do anything with the tile, I just want to know. So, number 1 tile. So technically... this should work. But I probably made a mistake. Where did I go wrong? I don't see an error. Where did I go wrong? I hear the click. I want to change. Lost WebSocket connection. Let's just close the whole browser for a sec. It's called tile 1, number 1 tile. Let's run it. We don't see it. Why don't we see it? We see the base tile, so this works. Let's log the bomb counts. This will be a lot of stuff in the console, but if it works. It never sees a bomb next to it. Which is quite interesting. Could it be that because we're using this point as a class, it's different every time we create it? If we use this as a type, and now everything will break. Why? Because now we just need to access it like this, but now it's just a point with 2 numbers. I think this might be grid has current point. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's called IJ, not XY. I'm hearing clicking somewhere on my machine every now and then, which makes me really nervous at the moment. Okay, let's refresh. I still don't see any numbers. Debugging is fun. Just keep telling myself that. Right. It never sees a bump. Which is annoying, because I really was hoping this would work. I have... It's correct, that is correct. I do have another idea. So we should never hit this breakpoint, right? Well, we should hit the breakpoint, but we never hit it. What's on the grid? It's objects. 5, 3 has a bomb. Quick fix, let's switch to strings. And let's add a function. Private to index. Let's do a point 2D, and this returns exactly that. And then we can do this. What was this? Wait, not too many. There we go. Now this works. I'm going to switch back to the class because I did like the class better than the... Yes, it is off completely. Why is there only once there? There's a bomb there. Let's switch this back to a class, so... Right. And now make these new point 2D. Oh no, this is still a point 2D. That's nice. Checkpoint. Oh. Sometimes game development is fun. And then we spawn it and we check the current point. Okay. I still don't understand why we have 2 1s here and the rest we don't have numbers. It's really weird. We should not have oh, there's a error. Oh wait, if there's a 1. Ah, we're messing things up because if there's a 1, there is something there. So if there's, we need to check, we need to actually check if it has a bomb. Grid has okay. If the grid has something, we no, we need to do tile and then we can say tile type. There we go. Lines are too long now. All of a sudden, we need to have the enums. I probably can change that here. There we go. $80 is still too long? No. Oh well. Grid if it's a bomb, yeah, I'm just going to do a couple of assumptions here. I'm just going to assume that if there is a tile, it has to have the tile component. Otherwise, it's not a tile. Every tile has a tile component with the type. And let's do a triple equals to absolutely make sure that it's... The stupid thing is, my code's not formatting anymore. Did I miss something here? Is there something... Don't have errors in the file? I mean, it should automatically fix the indentation of this. Even VS Code is not working with me today. It's always with live streams. Anyway, there's a one here, there's a one here, there's one there. I think the ones are on the right spots now. And in this case, there should be 2. This should be have 3. Okay, nice. Ones are oriented in the correct... they're upside down. If you go to the other way, to the other side, but... Nice. Okay. Let's add quickly the other tile types. Let's go. Tiles. Sometimes it gets stuck on switching, but... Tile 1, Control D, and let's move it to the side, and let's call this tile 2. Let's make this tile number 2. And let's, for now, just make it blue too. We can use different colors, that would be nice. Control D, let's move it there. Control D, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Save. So this is tile 3. Let's select tile 3. And let's change the number to 3. Let's call this tile 4. Switch it to number 4. Not even sure if we need to do that. 5. Six. Number 6. And then we have 7. Down number 7. Let's change the number to 7. Did I do the correct one here? Number 7, number 6, 5. Okay. And this is number 8. No, that's not number 8. That's number 5. Now, these can go into all kinds of different orders when saved and reloaded, but there's no strict order of things in Wonderland Engine. Okay, so now we have 8. We already set the strings, so now we can go to the code again and just I probably can create something more versatile than this, using an array or something like that, but no, let's go here and go. Well, I should be able to run. Oh, I think port 88 might be giving me issues, but it's all ones. It's 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's correct. Cool. So now we need to make it so that everything is hidden. I just realized a thing with the original game, and that is when you start, you never start on a bomb. Your first click is never a bomb. So technically we should only generate the level after the first click and then generate levels until that tile is an empty tile. I have to really quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, sorry about that. Needs to happen sometimes. So yeah, we need to hide them. So I think we need to have two different types of tiles. If you uncover something, it's like this. We can add dirt, change the tile to a dirt tile. I just hit my coffee machine, so it could make some noise in the background. Or we could do something else. We need to do something. So let's just grab. Let's go into the assets. 3D dungeon remastered assets. We can just have a look at the contents real quick. So we can just pick like this one or this one. So you have to clean everything. We can't do that. So if there's a rock on top, it's not cleared. And if there's no rock, it is cleared. Do we have a separate model for that rock? I don't care. we'll just grab one. Floor tile rocks. This one, I guess. The rocks are actually inside the tile. It's probably a separate mesh, so... models. There we go. Let's drop it in for a sec. No, it's not. It's one mesh with the rocks. Are we going to use a different tile? A separate prefab for the not covered? Or are we going to... I mean, we can just spawn in a different one. We can destroy one and spawn in a different one. But we need to keep track of what it is. So we can have this model. Can we have it referenced by all of them? That might be an idea. Say we do... I'm not sure. I don't think I've done that. So if we have an empty here, and we say covered tile, and let's move the rocks in there. Let's add an offset. So we can scale it down. It's probably the same as the empty tile. We did 0.24. So this is the copper tile. Now say that let me grab a coffee. I'm trying to figure out if I should either spawn in a different tile, but that requires me to split the arrays of the actual tiles in the rendering, which could be fine. But we will be clicking on tiles. If we do that, we might make things a bit easier. So you can only click on an empty tile. It doesn't make sense to click on another tile, right? Let's just do that. Big refactoring. So we're doing a create grid and a render grid. So this will not be an map of string and object. Do we actually need to have a reference, or do we need to have the position? And if we have the position, if we just set we only need to have the position if the tile is empty. Or if it's covered. So if we click a tile and it's covered, only then do we need to have the position, right? We can do a reference. Or we can go into the tile and say, well, is covered. And by default is true. And this can have a reference to an object. At first, I was thinking of just making the cover tile a child of the tile, right? So then I can just switch these on. Well, it doesn't really make sense for the bomb, because if you hit the bomb, you're game over anyway. Let's move it aside. But for the other ones, we can just switch between this or the other, right? A covered version and an uncovered version. But a covered version is the same for every tile. So it makes sense to separate them. Oh. But does it make sense? Well, we can just let's call it minefield. We can do this. So then we have both references. Do we know which ones are covered and which ones are uncovered? Do we need to keep track of that? Yes. Otherwise, we need to... We keep running. If you click something... I almost feel that we need more information. Because a tile has two states. Let's just go and write it down. Okay, right. The issue is... I was thinking it was an easy game. A tile... Any tile has two states. Covered and uncovered. Right? So we need to keep track. We need to keep track of the state of each tile. So basically, what we can do... If we do this, we know which tiles are covered, without checking them. We can just check, okay, is this tile covered? Yes. Okay, is this tile covered? No. So then we can say we render either one or the other based on what's in this map. But that still doesn't. I almost feel that we need. I almost feel that we need some information like this. So we need an object, 3D, and a boolean, right? And maybe even a tile type. I know this is incorrect. Tile type. What if we just do this? We just do a... Is the class or struct? A struct or type. We're not using... So, I've been reading so much Java lately that I'm just starting to think in Java. And I'm using C# and that has structs and... Okay, we do have a tile definition. And that is this. It has an obj, covered, and a type. And now we have a map of strings and tile definitions. So then in here we create a tile definition. Right? So we have an obj. Of the tile. We have a cover that is true, and we have a tile type that is... I'm just combining words now. And we have a tile type of bomb. Right. But we spawn the cover. So is it base or is it empty? I think we need to, I think that's base. And I think we need to have another one for empty. Empty. Because we change it. Now I realize that this whole type doesn't make much sense anymore. Right? Because now we have another type for that. I'm breaking things as I go, but it's fine. So now this point will be easier, and this point will be as well. So now we're not going to... Oh, first let's go into the editor and go to the generator and move empty tile to there and just called it covered tile. Save. I think it was cover tile. Cover tile. I think covered is better. Cool. And I think we're not even going to use that other type anymore because it just... Well, maybe we need to have to do something with that, but... Okay, let's fix stuff now. So if the grid has something, we get it. And we can just say, well, if we get it, okay, the type is equal to bomb, we count the bombs. We don't have to check the object, we don't have to get components, we just grab the type. Okay, we can remove this console log. We don't need it. We actually don't even have to check all this because it's all covered anyway. We do need to set this. No, we don't need to set this because it's a tile type. which means we do need to set it, but in a different value. So by default, it's this dot, no, this is not going to be a string, this is going to be a tile types. And that is tile types dot empty. Right. No. Dot number 1. Number 2, thank you. We can make it even faster if we really want to leverage AI, but I know I made a mistake. We'll fix it in a sec. Okay. Const tile, spawn tile name. Nope, we just spawn another empty. Covered. This dot covered. Base tile. And then we set it to obj is a tile. Covered is true, and it's a tile. But it's not the type name, it's the tile type. Right. We have an error where... Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. We need to close it. There we go. And it should be formatted. But the weird thing is, normally formatting is easy, but for some reason, prettier is broken. Huh. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. Okay, let me quickly explain what's going on. I have the prettier config, but I have not installed prettier. Is it just prettier? Yeah. Let's just install it. Ah, there we go. Now things are working. So there is this guidelines that we use for how to structure code and those kind of things. And that's based on prettier, and I'm actually overriding it slightly, but it should, it doesn't even use the config, I guess. So it's using this config that is coming from this extension. And that way you have the best. If you use that one, it's just the best. What Wonderland recommends to use. Okay, last check. We should have no errors, but we do. What did I do wrong again? Set position world. Yes, I guess. What a weird place for an error. What did I mess up? What did I mess up? Did I forget to set something? Empty tile. Cover tile. Should be fine. It is. Cool. So now everything, it's a bit weird, but it's all covered. What we can do, that might be nicer, is to just randomly rotate them. And there are some other options. And we need to hide the bombs too. So instead of generating a bomb, I'm just going to copy this. We probably have that still in here somewhere. Bomb tile. Boom. Well, boom is what the bomb said, but... Okay, for some reason it stopped updating. So this is the grid. Cool. So now we need to click on something. Now we have an issue with clicking at this point. And it is, when we click, we rotate. So I'm going to make a small change to here. And we go non-VR camera to the orbital camera. And we use the mouse button index. Oh, and I think it's 2. And that's the right mouse button. So now we can rotate. So by default, it doesn't rotate, but we can rotate with the right mouse button. So but you can click with the left one. Okay. To easily click on something, we need to add a collider. And I think, if I'm correct, oh, it's not in here. Okay. I was hoping the cursor was already in here, but it doesn't matter because it's easily added. It's called cursor. Boom. Do we need to change anything? I think everything will be fine. I think everything will be fine. So what I want to do as well is go into the tiles. Now we're going to modify the cover tile because we want to make these clickable. Right? So I'm going to go in and let's do this right here. Let's go and try it. Let's do a collision. And we do not have to need a sphere, but I think we can get away with AABB. And this needs to be the half of that. So now it's a cube. Now I don't want to I don't want it to be a cube, because if you look at an angle, you see that at the back here there's height. And if I want to click on, well, if there's a tile there, I missed half of the tile. So I'm going to make this way smaller. Maybe even like this. Maybe even smaller, just 1 centimeter. Cool. And I'm going to add a cursor target. Right, doesn't do anything by itself, but we can subscribe to click events from a cursor target. And now when we refresh, we can see the mouse cursor change when we hover over a tile, which is great. And we can anticipate on that. Now we can reuse this script, or we can add a new script for the uncovering of the tiles. I think we're going to need a new script for the uncovering of the tiles. Yeah. How are we going to call that script? Let's call it tile interactor.ts. It's going to be a component again, and we can remove this. However, I want to give this one, it doesn't have to be a Wonderland property, but I want to give this a property of type key or something. So we do key is a string, and that's, well, going to be empty by default. And every time when we generate the grid, we need to spawn the tile, the base tile, and then set that ID. Because here we know the current point. And if we just set that index to the tile, we can always refer to it back to the position. Although we can also use the position and calculate. Well, it's easier to just store the position, I guess. Let's close this one and this one. Okay. We do need to start. Let's make it easier. Okay, we need to handle the click event. And the best way to do that is to do on activate and on deactivate. This is called in the life cycle of a component. If something is activated, we don't want to add an event handler. But if it's deactivated, we want to remove it again. That way we do not get any leaks. If you just do it on start and the thing is destroyed, you might end up with memory leaks and events that are not there, and you end up with objects that are destroyed, and it's a mess. So we do a private underscore on click, and this is not going to be a method, but it's going to be a property pointing to a function like this. And now in here we're just going to say this dot get no, object get component, and we do cursor target. We need to reference it. Oh, not get children. Get component, and we're just going to assume that's there, because if it's not there, things should crash. And we do add. No. I'm hearing noise in the background. Anyway, it's on click dot add, and then we do this, and then we go in here and we do the same thing, but instead of adding it, we do removing it. And because we're using a property pointing to a function, we don't have to bind anything, we don't have to do crazy things. It just, this is a reference to that object, to that, yeah, and this just works. So now we can handle the click. What do we want to have happen? We need to somehow call back to the grid generator and uncover the tile. Are we going to do shortcuts here, or are we going to do it very... So as I said I added this to a separate function, but I'm going to take the easy route. I'm going to make this into a singleton as well. We only have one anyway, so we're going to add a singleton, and I think I have a special one here. Yeah. So this adds the same thing as we did before when we created these. Did we do it before? I thought we used a singleton. Oh, no, this is a singleton, but it's not created. Okay. So for scaffolding, I have the component, but I also have a singleton component. And this piece is basically the difference between the two. Now I do want to move the init down a bit. The nice thing is that we can now just reference this whenever we need it. But if it's added to the project twice, we just get an error. It's going to run through init again and it just checks in init. The reason is normally you would create a new instance when you do it like this in a singleton, but within a component I don't want to override the constructor and let Wonderland Engine construct the components. Because it's passing an instance of the engine and stuff, so it's easier this way. Okay, this feels really bad. It feels really bad what I'm about to do. So We're probably going to refactor this because I hate this. We're going to create a complete circular reference and things might even break. So we click a tile. We get here with the key. So this is when we clicked on a tile. So now the tile interactor has a reference to the generator, but since we need to set the index of the thing to, we spawn the tile, and now we need to do a tile.get component on there to put the tile interactor, and then dot key and set the. So now we have a circular dependency, and I've been struggling with a similar issue with circular dependencies a while ago, but this can break, this can be messy. I think it works. Oh no, we did not set the thing correctly yet. So we have the cover tile, we do add component, and we say interactor. Is not even in here. Why? What did I do wrong? There it is. I just didn't see it yet. So it has a tile interactor. It doesn't do much, just handling the click. Can we run this? Seems so. Can we click it? We can click stuff. Let's go into the source at a breakpoint right here. Oh no, I want a breakpoint in there. We cannot do that. Then can we use this as a start? It's AI generated mess, but so there is no uncover. Okay. We get the tile description of the key. No, let's do the tile description. Okay. If it's covered, technically we cannot click on an uncovered tile, right? But something could be wrong. If it's a bomb, it's game over. But for now, we are going to... we have the thing we clicked on because that's the object. So we are going to get the tile. And destroy it. Then we spawn in something based on this. I think we don't have the position, but the positions are the same, so we could get the position of this one. So let's just do const pos equals tile get position world. This is not going to be in an update, so I'm not going to bother with... So if you don't pass in an object, it creates a new array, which can be a performance issue, but since this is only happening once, I don't really care. And we do set position world, that's going to be the boss. We don't have to bother with that one. This is going to be the uncovered tile. And we need to update the tile description in that grid key thing. So we say tile description .obj, and we say this dot grid set key tile description. So now we know it's uncovered. Tile description that covered is false. Oh, we already said that. Oh well, it's fine. No, we do that. It doesn't matter. Now this is not bomb count. This is tile description dot type. And this is going to be a string this time, because now we need to have the different ones. No, it's not the string, it's the tile name. And that is a string. And that is this dot empty. Right. And now we can do this, and we say this dot number one tile. This, and now we need to do this 8 times again. Are we still streaming? Yes, nice. Maybe there's just a memory limit or something I hit after 2 hours. It's been a longer stream than I did in a very, 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 very long time. Yes, but anyway. By the way, if you have questions, just feel free to ask. Tile name. So we're going to spawn the tile name. So we get the position, we destroy the other one, and we spawn on a new one. We update the whole thing. And if it's a bomb, we just write game over to the console. Refresh. It's not working. Oh, that's because I'm just going to restart editor real quick. Ooh, I think we have a game. Okay. 2. Oh, that's an empty one. So now, when we click an empty one, we need to uncover all the other empty ones too. Right? So this could be an empty one. So we know all the ones next to it are empty ones. This is an empty one. These are not. So these both have 2, which could be anything. Ooh, so if this one has 2, how can this one have 2? Oh wait, I think we're game over already. Actually, we have memory errors. Yeah, we're probably destroying stuff that is already destroyed or something. Yeah, if we hit a bomb, we're messing things up. Nice. But we're hitting bombs. We don't spawn bombs because that's not something we did. So things go weird. We basically, well, for now, Wait. This is also pretty stupid of me. It's not doing tile tabs dot. Huh? What? Where's the rest? Okay, am I... Huh? Why is IntelliSense not working on this? Okay, whatever. Whatever. It's so funny when streaming things just start happening that would normally not happen. Oh, whoa. Need to be careful with that. Just give me 1 second. Right. So now we have tiles, we have numbers, we have everything we need. Refresh. Empty. Oh, it's a bomb. Okay, we need to spawn a bomb for now. Let's just do that. Let's just say number 8, number. Is this... Oh! It is intelligent. Interesting. So, it is giving suggestions. I didn't know it does that. Oh, case, tile types. It only shows the ones that are not in the list. That's why we have that weird... And because this basically is a number, it filtered out the rest. I made a mistake here. 7, 8, bomb. I have 2 8s. And this is dot bomb tile. Okay, so now when we hit a bomb, we just spawn in a bomb. So that probably would mess... yeah. Now it doesn't give memory errors anymore. Cool. It starts to look like Minesweeper. 2. 1. Oh boy. This one. Oh, empty. 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 So this one needs to be empty 2. This one needs to be empty. This one. These needs to be empty. Okay. Nice. This one is empty. So this is a bomb. So we need to be able to place flags in a moment. So either one. I don't... Oh, game over. Bomb. Nice. I think it's working. Cool. So now when we click an empty tile, we need to uncover neighboring empty tiles. So we're just going to add a script. And the thing is, we can just use this on tile click. Is that correct? No, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to split this up into two things. So we do a private uncover neighbors. I'm going to create a method for this. Get tile name. It's going to be private. Oh, it is already private. Yeah, so now we can just get the tile description and returns a name. So now we don't have to have that switch statement multiple times, because we probably want to have it again in a moment. So we're going to uncover the neighbors. So we get a key. Would it be hard to get the position back? The point. Let's do to point. Key string. And this is a point to D. And we do return AI new point to D. Parse in split. Can't we just do this? No, because we need to do a parse int. But we can do key split dot map. I'm not sure if that's better. Let's do it. Let's just do it like this. Okay, 2 points. So now we can go back from a key to a point. So then we can say, well, we want to have the key above. Okay, so const point, right? So we're going to check the neighbors. So that's this, right? No, we're not going to click it. We're just going to uncover it. Because if we... Or can we just click it? I mean, if it is... If there is a key and it's covered, we're going to click it because it's covered. And technically, would this work? I'm almost a bit scared of these kind of functions that would probably completely mess up your machine, but... Bomb, 2, 1, 1. I need an empty one! There's no empty ones in this level. There's no empty ones. Oh, there we go. It doesn't do all... But do we get errors? Yes. Memory out of bounds. Ooh. Yeah, it's probably because we're game over and do crazy things. I think... Yeah, we destroyed tiles already. So we're going to check destroyed tiles and it's not saved yet and... We might be able to do this later, at a later point. Right? At the end. I'm not sure why it's doing the tile name here, because that's what's happening there. So now we just go and do the whole thing for the one tile, and if it's an empty tile, we uncover the neighbors. So if it's a number, it should not uncover the neighbors, and there should not be a bomb next to an empty tile. So technically this should work. Memory out of bounds, why? How hard is it to find an empty tile? Oh, there we go. Oh, it kind of works. Cool. Not sure where we get that error. On-click raycast. It's probably because we destroy the object. So what happens, I think, is that we have the tile interactor. We click, and in the click, we destroy the object. But then we are hovering over the object. That's something else that's in here. But the object is destroyed. Which is kind of tricky, because I don't know how to fix that. We destroy something. We can destroy it in a second. Quickly grab something to eat. It's way past beyond lunchtime already. So we destroyed the tile inside the on-click, which will... I think... I have this one. This is an, I have a whole bunch of little methods, and this will just do the same thing. Can I show the code? No. I think I can show the code. Let me show the code with that real quickly. Let's go, and that is called components. This one. So we have a whole bunch of utils in here, all kinds of crazy stuff I often use. And there is a destroy with delay, and what that basically does is just... Let me quickly find it. Oh, there it was already there. It just does a timeout and then destroys it. So if we want to destroy it in a second, it destroys the tile in a second. And we can also set it inactive. Now we basically worked around it, so it hides it, and then after a second it destroys it. And now we have the same error. No, we didn't. It's so hard to find an empty spot, right? I find bombs. There we go. So you don't see any difference, but there is a difference. So this is a bomb. This one has 2, so this has to be a bomb. This one has 2, so this cannot. Oh, I'm so bad at this game. But we found the bombs, and we don't get any errors anymore. So what's next? First, we need to have two more things to have this as a complete game. Oh, yeah, and then we're going to work on some UI. I think it's one. I have about 2 more hours to stream, so. I think it will be my longest stream ever. I do want to modify the light slightly. Let's remove this floor plane. Yeah. And I want to change the light a bit. So that light, which one is it? Which one is it? We have one coming from that side. I think it's this one. Oh, one of them is casting a shadow and the other one isn't. This one is casting a shadow. Oh, they're both casting shadows. Oh, well. Let's take this one, go to the top view, and just move it away a bit. There we go. It's probably the light that I needed to move. I don't get it. It's a spot. Is the other one a spot too? Yes, they're both spotlights. They're both spotlights, and that's because that's why we still have this line here. I want to make it a bit more dramatic. I'm going to add that plane back in, just as a reference for me now. Plane, white, and needs to go 90 degrees there. Boom. And it's a grid 4x4 or something. What's the size of the game? Yes, exactly. So now there is something behind it. Just for now. I don't think the first version will be very much more. I had big plans, but it's always with every project day I start with very big plans, and then by the end of the day I'm kind of annoyed that I still haven't finished what I wanted to finish. But now I can see what the lights are doing, and I want to make it a bit more dramatic, so let's move this one closer again. Shadow just outside there. This one a bit back here, and I'm going to make this one blue. Go to the side view, move it down. I don't think this needs shadow at all. No, pressing the wrong button. I do want to rotate this a bit like this. Let's go to orthographic view so we can... I cannot see the plane, but it's something on this level now. I just want to move this. Just rotate it slightly down and... The fall off is too quickly. So what I often do, oh wait, you know what? Let's make it a sun. Now it just has, it's just blue all the way. Let's do 2. So it's slightly blue. It's this one. Let's move it out of the way. And let's take this one. Let's make this a sun 2. This one casts shadows. It's coming from that direction. So now everything is lit kind of similarly. There we go. Way more dramatic. It's maybe a bit too blue. I think the blue light is a bit too much. So let's make this less intensity. Let's go back to perspective. I want to add one more thing. When we are adding the base tiles, I'm going to set the rotation. Tile.set, no, I'm going to rotate in degrees. Degrees is fine. Local. And I'm going to rotate around the 0, 1, 0. And it's not going to be a math random. Well, let's do that to try it. To see what a mess we get. Oh, a mess. It's a bit weird because it doesn't rotate around the center. Is this this is rotating about the center, around the center. Okay. So, but we're not going to do this. We're going to make use of a different little library I use. I use RNG. It's something I created. And that has a get item. And that just returns a random value from an array. Which is pretty nice in this case, because now I can just take a random value from an array and it's always, well, it's either one of them. So now we have 4 different types of rotation. Very easy, very simple, and very effective. Let's do the same with the bombs, so we don't have a difference between bombs or not bombs. And we don't rotate the other one, so... Nice! Oh, bomb. Game over. Cool. Next. I'm going to need to have a way of placing flags. How does the original do that? Isn't it in Windows anymore? Interesting. So we can do we cannot do a right click, or you need to rotate with the middle. So we can left click to uncover, right click, and then middle click to rotate. Is that something we can do? Yeah, we can do it. I mean, it's not hard to implement, because if I change this to button index 1, we have the middle button. So now we rotate with the middle mouse button. But we do not intercept the right click. And I don't think... Maybe. I don't know. The cursor. Does that check for what button to press? No. Collision group. No. So if we want to use the right mouse button, we need to... I'm just going to switch this back to right. We need to find a different way. We can just create an option to click and switch to flag mode. I don't know, just add an icon with a flag or something, and then when you click, you place the flag there. Yeah, let's do that. That means we need to add UI. So we're going to create a new folder here. New folder, UI. And we're going to create a new file, and that is... what do we call it? hot.tsx. Did I do that already? No. Too bad. I always forget how to set this up. Let me quickly do Neon Forge. I think it's in here as well. So this is the game I'm building with the voxel type thing. There's a lot of code already, but also I think, yeah, the wrist menu does a bit more than we need, but we can copy the basics. So basically we need to have this setup. We want to have this setup. We do not need to have the colliders there like that. We do want to have the object in the render. So I'm just going to copy this for now for step 1. And everything breaks. Oh, I need to copy more. Need to copy the first part too. I thought I had everything copied. Anyway, let's go there. Let's go. Oh, to the right project. There we go. And oh, let's go and do that. I don't need all of this stuff. And we don't have an app yet, right? So that's the next thing we're going to copy. Actually, to do that, we go back here, we go, and we see we have the app. Now, I'm not a React guru, so let's call this hot. Let's call this hot. That's app, but it doesn't have a render yet. Let's see. So it's basically just returning stuff. Yeah, I'm just copying the whole thing and then going to delete some things because I'm experimenting here a lot with all kinds of crazy things. So we don't need this, we don't need this. We're going to do this in a second. We do not have material context. We're going to keep the material really simple from now. So we're just using this, and then we're going to what am I missing? React. I probably need to import React too. I don't think I have React added. Let me double check. Redux. No, I don't have, but I don't have React added here either. It should come with the... Interesting. I thought this should work. Or is it import React from React? That's it. Yeah, what's this? Lol. It's Stream Elements. I have not used Stream Elements in years, and it's still in OBS. I was like, wait, there are alerts. Yes, someone followed me 2 years ago. Well, thanks for the follow, I guess. Oh, I did something clever here. Hut. So this exports a type name, UI hut. This is some kind of namespace. It's not really used in any way, but it makes things easier to find in the components list. Now we don't have the UI folder. Now we had an issue earlier with the settings, so I'm just going to do it manually. Anyway, yeah, the sort paths. I had an issue with that earlier, so there we go. You did not see that. So normally you can just add it right here, but for some reason on my machine it has some weird issues. How was everything going? Right here. Anything else? No. No. Okie dokie. So now there are basically two ways of working with the UI. I'm just going to do it like this. Now we have this UI here. Now anything that I need from the UI, I can just type UI and then I have UI. Oh, that's not UI. Add, or you can just search. There we go. Now this has a couple of things we need to set up, but it's not that hard. So you can use two different ways of using the UI. And since we're making a desktop game in the browser, just do not need to use world space, but we can use screen space. Let's just use the same font material we used for the other things, and then we need to have a panel material and a panel material with a texture. Both can be flat materials, but I'm going to create two new materials specifically for this so we don't get any problems with that. So I'm going to call it UI panel material, and this is going to be a flat opaque. And then I'm going to create, well, let's just copy this, make things easier. Material textured. And this is going to be a flat opaque textured. And I'm just going to drop the materials in. Now when in the UI we're going to color something or create something with a texture or want to use an image, these are the default materials that I used, and those are cloned and reused. And we can use different types of having the stuff scale. I'm going to do it like this, I think. Height and width. Well, we'll see what happens. We just stick with this for now. Let's go and... So this is just full screen. And let's just add a panel. Do we want a rounding? Yes, let's do a tiny rounding. And let's set the background color to, well, let's do something like a darker gray or something. And what size do we... This is going to be like a little toolbar or something. So we do a width of... Well, let's do 400 and a height of 100. So this is going to just add a panel. But we need to have it right there. So we need to change the alignment a bit. Now I'm going to restart this browser window. So hopefully it's automatically changing when I change this file. So this is in a container. Now, normally the container, this is like using flex boxes and stuff like you would normally use in a browser. Now I wonder if we're going to add this to the main container or just add it here. So we can do an align self-center. No, that's not correct. It's align.center. Center, damn it. So now it should align to the center, and now we need to have it at the bottom. But to justify it at the bottom, we can justify the content to the bottom, but we might want to add something to the top as well. So I think so basically I want to have a grid type layout. So we can add a column first and then use rows, 3 rows, or use a row first and then use 3 columns. I don't think it matters. I don't think I need anything to the sides at all, so let's just do a column. So let's add a column here. Column. And I'm going to add a container right here. And this is going to set to flex grow 1. And I'm going to set the height to 100% of the column. Do we need to set the width? No, I don't think so. The width will be automatically. So now it's at the bottom. And the thing is, it now stays at the bottom. No matter what I do, it stays at the bottom. Now it scales with the scale of the window. So that's fine. So it's attached to the bottom. I'd actually want it slightly separate from the bottom. So the height is here, but we can say padding like 10. So now it should be slightly off from the bottom. Cool. Let's close Neoforge. We don't need it anymore. Now you can use 9 slices and stuff for this too, but I think we don't need it right now. Now we can add a row to this, right? Because we probably want to have a row of buttons. And we can also make it like so that the width, let's do a min width. And we do a row, we do a button. And the width of the button is 80, but it has a margin of 10. What doesn't what? Oh, a height, width probably, and a color width. Oh, a height of 80. Material, color. It's missing hovered and active. Okay. So we do hovered, and that is a special thing like this, an object, and an active is also the same special thing. What you can do is, for example, change the color. Does this have a color? No, it has a material. It has a background color and a border color. Okay, so say we do the background color 555. No, let's make it blue, so it's 0000555. And then when we hover, we say background color. It's an object now, so we do this, and we make it a bit brighter. I think that's how you do that. Yes, so now when we hover, it becomes brighter. We need to change the border, the radius, the rounding. Let's do a rounding of 4, a little bit bigger. I think it's small. Let's do a rounding of 4 here too. So now we have a button here. It might be too bright when we hover, but it's fine. I'm probably going to move this to a separate object in a minute, but we need to add an image to it. And handle the click. Let me, oh, wrong window. Let me quickly check if I have an array or a library or something in here with icons. I think this is all free stuff from itch.io. Yeah. So these are menus, but no icons. No icons we can use. No, these are not free. Oh, Kenny has a nice one. Kenny has a nice one. Kenny has a lot of icons. If you're looking for stuff, check out Kenny. This stuff is amazing. Is there a flag here? Nope. There's no flag here. 2D assets, game icons, expansion, preview. There's a flag here. So let's just use this flag. CC0 from Kenny, And let's do the white one. 2x is better than 1x. So I'm going to go into the Wonderland project for a second. I'm going to go into the assets, models, textures. Is it a texture? It's a texture. And I'm going to drop that flag in. There we go. And I'm going to go into here and drop it in here. It's 100 by 100. I want to change the compression a bit. Now to make it easier to use this texture, I'm going to create a little hack. So I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call this UI textures. Let's call this UI textures.ts. And I'm going to create a Wonderland singleton component of those textures. And just make it very, very easy to reference things. This is basically just a singleton and we can call instance and then we have the instance. And now we can say WL, we want a texture and we say flag. Oh, that's not flag, that's flag texture. There we go. This is the easiest way I know of doing these kind of things, bypassing pretty much everything. I'm not sure if it's performant or if it's a good way of doing things, but it works. So now I'm going to go in here and going to add that UI textures. And this should have a flag property and I can just drag the texture. Oh, that's not a texture, that's an image. This is the texture. I'm going to drag the texture in and we have it here. And now when I go into the HUD again, I can have button, I can say image. Let's see this one. And I can say source is UI textures.instance.flag. And it automatically suggested a width and a height of 50, which is something we can try. Now we need to center stuff on the button. So we do justify content, justify center, and we do align content, align center. I think that's what we need to do. Oh, and this has a rounding by default. I'm not a fan of that, but it's just how things are. And now it doesn't have a rounding. And if we go to the browser, we have the flag there. Now it's using a material that is not having alpha transparency, I think. So I'm going to change it in a second. It's not centered. Is it align items center? I'm not sure what the difference is, but it works. Okay. Can we then remove the content? Is that just not needed? Yes. So now this is not does not have an alpha transparency, which we can add, but then we need to change the materials slightly. So if we go to the pipeline section here in the editor, we've now used this flat opaque textured for the textures, and that doesn't do any blending or whatsoever. And that's why we see the gray, because there's no color there, so it's gray. What we can do is duplicate this, and let's call this alpha. And for now, just check this. This is not always the best option to use if you have alpha. So in this case, and that's for these kind of things, for the borders, it's either fully alpha or it doesn't have any alpha. And in this case, it does some crazy things with the opacity optimized and stuff, and you get all kinds of crazy patterns if you have an object that is half transparent. But in this case, since it just needs to be fully opaque or fully transparent, it's fine. And then for the UI panel material, we're going to switch that to the new one. There we go, save. And now we should have no texture at all. What I did wrong? Does it has to have a texture? Uh-oh. Um. Do we need to have that turned on? Oh, and it's less or equal, I think. I don't think that needs to be on that. No. I don't think this has to have a texture because it's not used for anything. Do I need to restart maybe? No. Okay, do we have errors maybe? Yes, we have errors. Texture, offset, prompt, what? Object, an object UI. Oops, size. That could be because we don't have a texture set here. Nope. What did I do wrong? Wait, it's not saving. Oh boy. Things are stuck again. Is this stuck? This is not stuck. Let me quickly close the browser. Oh boy. Things are stuck. I sometimes have... Oh, that could be what's happening this morning too. I sometimes have a weird issue where I save and then it starts not saving. And then I just need to wait a couple seconds and things come back to life. I'm not sure why that is. But I'm not sure if that happens tomorrow when we went offline all of a sudden during the live stream. Well, oh, now it's... Oh, that got away. So it's still saving. It's still doing something. Saving. Oh, oh. I don't know why. I don't know why. So how is everyone doing? Oh man, streaming for 4 hours already. Uh-huh. Let me quickly check if anything is coming up here. Nope. It's still saving. This is still saving. So yeah, it's a very weird issue. Well, in the meantime, let me quickly refill my coffee cup while we wait for the saving to finish. Weird. I'll be right back. I'll grab it in a sec. Just noticed the saving was done. And this comes back to life. It happens every now and then. Still no image anymore. Still that error. Search an index type. I've never seen that error. Ah, there goes my coffee. I think it filters it out pretty good. But is it the Z that's doing stuff again? Nope. Set material. Is it this option somehow? Flat opaque textured. Fung opaque. Oh, wait. Are we using the flat opaque textured in the other stuff? Do we need to have that? What material did we use for the... No, we have the Fung opaque textured, not the flat opaque textured. It's not used. It should be fine. It's so weird sometimes, these things. I'm just going to ignore it for now and just switch back to the other material. It's fine. Then we have a gray border. I don't care. Flat opaque texture. Save. Now we have a gray border. I wonder if it's just the checkbox or if it's the material that I just did something wrong with the material. Oh, that's Rosie. Huh. Hi, Rosie. Yes, Rosie is here as well, but she's not really communicative at the moment. Let me check if the material thing is the material or the pipeline. So if we go in here, in here, and we just say sample alpha to coverage, would that break things or fix things? It would fix things. Okay, I'm just doing like this. I don't care. Okay, boop. So we have the button here, and if we click this, we need to change some property somewhere that indicates that we are placing a flag. So when we click the tile interactor or the grid generator on tile click, so basically we need to set a property on here. I think this is basically the manager that handles everything. So we can just go with the flow, I guess. We can do something like, let's add an enum. I love enums. New file, and that's the user actions.ts. Export enum user actions. And we have one that's uncover, uncover, and we have one that is place black. I'm not sure if we will have more actions, but now we can have more actions. I probably will refactor this if we continue this game, and I like it. Maybe we do another stream. We do a public. No, we don't need to specify public. User action. And that is a user actions. And that is dot, well, we need to reference it, dot uncover. So we can change it, and we just check it here. If we click on the tile, and we say if this .user actions is not uncover, we do return for now. Typing is hard. There we go. Oh, grab my coffee. Oh man. I just noticed it's 2 o'clock already. Wow. Well, here it's 2 o'clock. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, Fetty. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah, doing great. Doing great. Been busy, 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 busy. Working on cool stuff. But yeah, also with family and the great thing is that first Fridays of the month are project days at work, and I decided to just stream the project day so I can combine work and streaming. As a front-end dev, nice, 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 nice. What type of well, front-end type work are you doing? Let's see. If the user action is not uncover, we return. Oh, and we set the user action back to uncover. So we need to place a flag here. So we set it back to uncover, and then we return. Tailwind. Whoa, I've not used much of those. I think Rosie is using Tailwind. But I'm not even sure. A Statamic I've never heard of. I'm kind of out of the loop, I guess, with some of these things. Oh, it's a CMS. So what I want to do now, we need to place a flag object. So we had a flag model in the, let's go back to here real quick. Let's go to 3D. Let's go back to the, I think it's the variety pack, right? That had flags. Yeah. So we're using the red bomb. Oh, there's also a not red bomb. Why did I miss that? Interesting. I'd rather use that bomb. And then we're going to place a yellow flag, I guess. A yellow flag is nice. Why didn't I see the normal? The bomb. The bomb. I mean, there are 3 bombs here. Is it called differently? No, I don't see another bomb in there. Star, spike roller. Power up bomb, is that the one? That's the one. We want that. We want the power up bomb. Okay, we're going to switch that. And we have the flag. Is this called flag? Yes, flag yellow. Okay, we're just going to move those into the project. So we go here, models, and go boop. So we have the flag and the correct bomb. Let's go to the tiles. No, I'm not streaming on. I haven't streamed on Twitch for I think 2 years now. And I switched to YouTube to stream because my I figured that my streams are more something people might look after, might watch after a while, not really live. So if I stream to YouTube, it's a lot of stuff is already there. And I think nowadays you can stream to both YouTube and Twitch, that's allowed, but I've never liked streaming to multiple platforms. I want to give people on a specific platform just the attention on the platform, and it's also messy when you chat with someone on YouTube and it's also streaming to Twitch. You often don't see what's being said on Twitch or being said on YouTube. So yeah, I kind of thought of streaming to YouTube, but then I didn't stream for almost a year. And for some reason, it was very, well, challenging almost to get back to streaming, which is kind of weird. So we have the Team Red bomb, we have the Power Up bomb. Let's drop it in. Boom, and let's remove the Team Red bomb. Didn't delete. So now we have this bomb here. It's just colored, right? Yeah. Cool. And then we need to add a flag we can spawn in. So let's add a new object. And let's call this flag. Let's add an empty. Let's call this offset. And let's add the yellow flag there. Now let's move this a bit over to this side. Is that flag a bit big? I think it is. We need to scale it down by half, maybe. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I didn't announce it very long up front. In the WebXR Discord, it was kind of announced. On the Wonderland Discord, it was kind of announced that I might stream today, but that was only a few hours prior to the stream. If it's a success, I might stream again. At least next month, the first Friday of the next month. If it's something I want to do again. But now that stuff is up and running, I might do another stream pretty soon. Maybe even tonight, but then work on my own game. Well, this is my game too, but on another game, and just, I don't know. It's pretty nice to be back at streaming. I think we can just, the flag is just there, the offset is fine, this is fine. Yeah, I think we can just go in and place a flag. Now the flag itself doesn't do anything. We can just drop it in at a position where we clicked. Oh, we need to remove it too. Oh wait, I have an idea. So we can get the key, we can get the tile description. Yeah. We need to have this anyway. And if it's not... well, technically, if the tile is covered... If the tile is not covered, you cannot place a flag. It doesn't make any sense. So you cannot place a flag if the tile is covered. Wow. We're making some progress. Which channel? I don't think I even announced in my channel. No, it's the WebXR, the Wonderland Discord. I think there's a link in the description of the channel. If I place it there. Otherwise, there's a link to the Wonderland Discord on the Wonderland website. I think I've not added it, but if you go to wonderlandengine.com, there is a link at the bottom to the Discord of Wonderland Engine, and it was announced there. I think I also announced it in the WebXR Discord, but I forgot to announce it on my own. Yeah, I need to come up with a checklist to announce it. I'm not sure. Maybe if I can get to it, I might just go and do more regular streams like every Monday and Thursday or something. I don't know. I have to see how this one goes and ends. And oh man, I still have kind of like an hour before I have to finish this game. So yeah, we have the tile description. We have an object here, and that is the object that is a tile, but we can just spawn in. Let's do it correctly. Let's call this the flag. It's not. Now this whole thing doesn't make any sense because we're not going to reuse it or. But if games get bigger and it's just like an example of how I approach things. So this has a flag. I actually wanted to add sound effects as well. Maybe we can just push it a little further. 3 o'clock. Yeah, quickly I have to be at the dentist for a moment at 4. So that's in 2 hours. So if I had, otherwise I would stream even an hour longer, but so we have the flag, so now we can just go and grab the tile spawner code. And instead, so just do this dot flag. And instead of adding it to the as a child to the current object, I added as a child to the object you clicked on. And I think that would make it so that if we destroy the parent, it would destroy the children as well. And also if we deactivate it, so we can still click the tile without the flag. Can we place the flag now? No. It's probably not. Can we place a flag now? No. Oh, that's because we didn't change the mode yet. Yeah, let's do the correct way. Do a const and say. Oh yeah. We should not. I'm not monetized on YouTube anyway, so I probably won't get demonetized. And I was using music in the start of the stream, which went out of the the correct playlist. So even if there was some monetization on the channel, yeah. But yeah, we should not destroy children. That's probably not a good idea. This is on flag click. And when we click on the flag, we say grid generator, I guess, dot instance dot user mode action. User action is user actions dot flag. I think this is it. No. Place flag. Okay, so now we do the on flag click and we say to the button, we have an on click here. We say, well, just this. Done. So now when we click, we change the mode, and then when we place the flag, we change the mode back. So we click the flag, we click here, and now we place a flag. We should rotate it. But yeah, and now this is one, so now the flag is removed again because the object is destroyed. So it works. Now any of these can be a bomb, so let's gamble and do this one. Oh, there's also, so it's, I don't know. Everything is a bomb. Okay, so let's place a flag here. Let's uncover this one. Yay. So if we do this, oh, they're randomly rotated because the base is randomly rotated. Interesting. I didn't think about that. Is that something we want? Technically, I don't really care, but... Anyway, this is a bomb, so this cannot be a bomb. Ooh. Oh, well, this cannot be a bomb. So either this one or this one is a bomb. Right? But this one cannot be a bomb. This one cannot be a bomb. If either of these is a bomb, this one cannot be a bomb. If this is one, this has to be a bomb. Let's place the flag. And let's uncover that. Ooh, that works. Okay, so we can place flags now. I think. Thank you, Squaris. Yeah, it's going okay. I was hoping to to already be far beyond this point, but we're making progress. We get there. So this is not a bomb. 1, 2, 3. This one. This has to be a bomb. So one of these two is a bomb. No, this one cannot be a bomb. So if it's 3, then this one has to be a bomb. So this cannot be a bomb. This cannot be a bomb. That's 2. This cannot be a bomb. This is 1. So all of these cannot be bombs. This is 1. This cannot be a bomb. This is a bomb. How do we... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of these is a bomb. And this is a 1. So this cannot be a bomb. There we have it. And now we need to have fireworks and sound effects and... So at least within, say, an hour, we need to create the winning state of the game. And then we can make it nice. If we have the winning state. So we need to check if how are we going to check the winning state? If all tiles except the bomb tiles are uncovered. We know how many bombs we have. So technically, if we just count the number of tiles that are covered, if that is 8, or the number of bombs we have uncovered everything except the bombs. I think that's the easiest way of checking if we uncovered everything. It doesn't matter if we uncovered the bomb or not. If everything else is covered, uncovered. So let's add a function to check that. I think we do the grid generator again. I really need to refactor this already. How to make a mess in 4 hours. Private check. Or just has one. Has one. So we have a property for the number of bombs, right? Yeah. Okay. So we need to check if the number of covered tiles is equal to the number of bombs. So we have this grid that has everything. This dot grid. What can we do here? We have values. Is that just our entries? What's the one that we need? Iterable key? No, values. Just an iterable of values in the map. Okay. So we do values and we do dot map. No, what's values for object? A map iterator. Oh, damn it. Can we convert that to an array? You know what? We haven't used any help lines yet, so let's just ask Rosie. I know, I mean, she is there, so... Yes, she's still there. She's not as well, technical anymore as she was before, but she still knows. Hi. I have a map object, and with, wait, let me just give all the information I have, like this. I have a map object. Let's make sure it's code. I have a map object and the tile definition. Let's provide that too. With map info. With tile info. What would be the easiest way of counting the number of tiles that are covered? There we go. Exciting. That. Okay. Oh, let's not make it more complex than needed then. Oh, I lost the window. Let's call this, let's make this a function, private. Count cover tiles is the grid. We don't need to have this here. I cannot type. Let's count this dot grid for each tile, tile covered plus plus. Return count. If this dot count covered tiles is equal to the number of bombs, we won. There we go. Oh, we need to have some brackets. There we go. I was alive. Yes. Ever since the stream crashed this morning, I'm constantly thinking it would crash again, but it didn't. We well past 2 hours, so it's not a 2-hour thing. It's weird. Well, I guess these computers are weird. I need to play the game again. You know what? Ah, well, it's not that hard. But did it refresh? We have memory errors, so it probably did refresh. Okay, let's click here. Ooh, there's another bomb. So technically, I would need to figure out a way of always clicking on an empty tile. Because in this version of the game, you can click on a bomb first try. Whoa. There's a plane passing by really, really low here. Ah, well. So let's figure this out. This is a bomb. This is 2, so this has to be a bomb 2, which means this cannot be a bomb, and this cannot be a bomb. This is 1, this is 2, so both of these can be a bomb. This is 1, so if this would be a bomb, these 2 would be bombs. Oh, I hate this. 1, so this is right here, so these cannot be bombs. This is 1, so it's pointing to this one, and this is pointing to this one, so this cannot be a bomb. And this is 1, so this cannot be a bomb too. Oh, nice. So now we know this is a bomb. This is 1, so this cannot be a bomb. This is a bomb. How we are? 1, 2, 3, we're halfway there. So we have 3 here, right? So this is a bomb, so we have 2 left. This is only touching these 2, so these 2 are both bombs. This is 3, so these 3 are bombs. Nice. This is a 3, so this one, and this one, so this cannot be a bomb. Oh, I'm afraid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 1 more. Which one? What do we know? A 2. This one has to be a bomb. This is the last one, so this cannot be a bomb, this cannot be a bomb, this cannot be a bomb, and we're done. It didn't... Oh, damn it! Sometimes I forget how stupid I can be. So we have this function to check if we have won, but we're not calling it. So we're just playing the game. Okay, so when do we need to call this? When we click... if we place a flag, no. At the end of here, of this, if we click and we uncover a tile, we check this dot has won. Right. Let's play again. We can add less bombs. That's just lower than the amount of bombs, then it would be easier done. So we can just do 2 bombs. No, that's probably not a good idea to do it like this. We go into the editor and go here and say we want 2 bombs. Cool. It refreshed, so now we have 2 bombs. Nice. So this is a bomb, and well, let's not place the let's place the flag. This one is a bomb. This it's not, and yeah, you win. So now we have the win situation ready. Cool. Now what will happen when we win? Yay, you won. We can show a message at the center of the screen. You won. Play again. Is there... what would be the challenge in the original? The time. The time. And that's actually a nice one to implement as well. We need to check the time, and we need to check the time in the UI. But we don't want to update the UI too much. And I have created a little hook for that. That's not in this game, that I cannot get from the code. I built it 2 or 3 days ago for another game. Which I guess I just can grab. Anyway, let's first add the winning state to the screen. We have the HUD. So we have the panel, the row, the container. This will be the middle section, right? So if we want something at the top, we do a container here. Blah, 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 blah. That's the top container. Let's just do key. Let's do top. And let's call this middle. I don't know. And this is the bottom. So if we want to have something in the top, we can have it there. So if we want now, we want something in the center. What can we do here? We can do. Oh, what can we? Typing is hard. We can do a row. Do we want to have more than one thing, or just something centered in the center of the center? Let's do a panel for now. Right. Panel. Now we can wrap it in a container, I guess, so we can center the contents. Although we can do justify content, justify center, and align content, align items center. Right, so now this is a centered thing. We do width. How wide? Let's I don't know what would be nice values. So let's do 4 by 3. Can't see my keyboard anymore. Hide. There. And then we want to have the rounding here. Yeah. And the background color, let's do the same thing as the bottom thing. Okay. Now, this doesn't make any sense yet, but let's add a text. And let's do text. No, text. We need to import the thing. Text equals you win. Right? And then we do I think we need to, it's best to do a column here so we can stack things on top of each other. And we do a button again, a button. Let's do a similar button, but this time we add a text. Let's do a button. Let's close the button, and on play again, click. We add this in a second, and this button is less high, but wider. Something like that. We add a text to it. Button, text, play again, and the font size need to be a bit smaller. I'm pretty sure that is too big by default. And then we do click again, and then we need to figure out how to play again. Const play again. Cool. Now when we look at the screen, we have this screen in the middle, which is bad. But we can make it better. So we need to disable this actually. What time is it? Oh, still have a little bit of time left. Yes. I am using GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot. No, I'm not using GitHub Copilot. This is not GitHub Copilot. This is Copilot. I guess. Is it GitHub Copilot? No. I'm not using GitHub Copilot. I've been doing some experimentation with it, but I have not really used it. I don't. No, I've not. Rosie is running GPT 4.0, and she is running Gemini for just because Gemini has a bigger context. So for code reviews, I use Gemini, and for the normal conversations, I use GPT 4.0. Yeah, let's center these things. So the column needs to be centered. So I think we can just do this here. Okay. Now, if we say we want to not have we want the column to be the full height. So if we do this dots, no, it's not. Is it this one? I've not used Claude. I'm still no. As I said, I've basically only used ChatGPT 4.0 on Azure. I might have opened it in a browser window, or same for Grok or other ones. I just have not. So I'm using the OpenAI SDK in Rosie, and basically, no, it's so this is not. It's already display flex. Everything is display flex. So this is not React DOM. This is React UI for Wonderland. It's actually it's not a UI component. This is not. It's not. Okay, I can. Oh, errors. You've not seen that. This is not. This is actually a 3D object in the world. So this uses all the Wonderland greatness for creating optimized graphics. So it is using yoga under the hood to do the alignments for justification and the heights, and that's the same that other React implementations renderers use too. But you don't have to specify well, the exact flex thing, I guess. Not even sure what flex does here. It's a number. Interesting. I don't know. It's all flex by default. So you can just justify a line, and I'm always... The stupid thing is, I cannot, and I'm using this a lot lately. Every UI thing I do is using this, and I cannot remember at all. So my mic stopped working. I cannot remember at all when to use what justification or alignment or whatever. I'm always messing it up. So what I wanted to do is, and I'm always needed to peek here. So so one of them is in the height, one of them is in the width. So I think align is in the width and justify content is in the height, if I'm correct. So if I want to do this and I do space around or space evenly, it should just, but it's just the column, so it doesn't matter. It should be center both. And then in the column, I do space evenly, and now it should be spaced. No, so it's it's the other way around. That's what I meant. So it's align. And now it's align, not center, but space around. Right. I also don't know what the difference is between align content and align. So I think it's just fine. You win. Font size. I'm just going to not care. Let's do it that way. Font size 40. Let's make it big. Boom. It's not big. Why is it not big? Didn't I save? Why isn't it big? Huh? Text, you win. Now it's bigger. Is this... Oh, maybe it's scaled down already. I don't know. It's big now. But now it's not centered, so we do text align center. So now it should be centered. Again, you win. Play again. And let's just do text align center to this one too. And I think the button should be bigger. Now the what's it called? Scale of things is determined on different variables. So if you scale down, you see that things are scaled down too. And that's something that's quite, well, was quite a hassle to get to work. Okay, let's just go and make this work somehow. How are we going to do that real quick? We're running out of time. I'm almost running out of time. So how can we do this real quick? We need to have a little model, a UI, or a model class to communicate between things. That's how I like to do things. So I can change something on the model and notify the view and the other way around. So we create something like an MVVM type of thing. So I'm just going to add a new folder here, models, and we're going to create a new file and call this hot model. It's a class, so we do hot model.ts and we do export. No, I'm going to do again use a singleton class, hot model. And this one has a private constructor. So this is slightly different than the singleton we added earlier here. So in this case, I could not create the instance in here because we need to have the constructor correct for the component. Because we want to have it, the class initialized in the engine, in the editor. So when we play it, we run the game, it should work from the component standpoint. So Wonderland needs to know what to do with it. In this case, it's just a regular class. It doesn't do anything special. That's why we can do it like this. What we need to do, though, is extends. And I want to have the notify property changed from my own library. And now we need to call super here, but that's fine. Super, there we go. And this is something that this basically adds an event listener we can trigger when something is changed. So if a state changed or we need to do something, trigger something, we can just do that here. For example, we need to do set win state. This is how we do that. I think it's fine. Declare property win state. Okie dokie. And no, that's not right. I wish there was a way of letting the code generator know that I want to keep this together. I don't want to have my private stuff injected in. That sounded really weird. I don't want to have it generate private code in between these two lines. So win state is default false. Okay, and now we can do a get win state. So we can get the win state, but we cannot set the win state directly. We need to set it through here. Maybe we need to change other properties. So I often use this construction here where I have a private property, a public getter only, and then a method to set the property. We also trigger the win state, so we know we would trigger the property changed on the win state, so we know what property changed. Now inside the hot, we're going to create a use effect, and this is going to go just generally triggering when the app is mounted, and we're going to say no, just get lost. We do the hot model.instance instance. We need to get it in, and we do property changed. We do add, and now we need to add something here. So we do a const prop changed, and this is actually a function with that gets a prop string, and we handle stuff. And now we add it here, prop changed. And because we need to clean up after ourselves, we return a function that removes the handler. So now when this app UI thing is mounted, the method is added to the property change handlers of the hot model, and we know what's going on. So now we can just do one more thing. We add a state. We do const show win, and now we don't need to do it like this. We can do it like this, use state, and we do not say false because for some reason we might already have that. So we just do instance dot win state, and well, just to be sure. If it's not there for some reason, a little bit of safety. So that's show win, and in here we can say if prop is win state, we set the win state there. So that would trigger the change of the use state and make everything work. Then we have that middle part of the UI that is already growing and be nice and ready to use, and we just do something show win, and we say and do this. So we drop that after, oh, click, there we go, there we go. So now when we are not winning, it's not showing, and when we win, we should trigger it and show that, well, that thing there. So now what we can do is go into the grid generator and say, instead of this has one, we do hot model.instance.set win state true. That's it. So now let's try. We click a tile here, we click a tile here. Oh no, you win. So this works. Nice. Now we need to play again. Oh, also we can still trigger things here. So we need to, one, keep track of the actual state of the game. Yeah, I think grid generator will be the game state thing for now. Is that correct? I want to have the game working in half an hour, so we're just going to add the win state here. So we do a private has one is false. Oh, that's the same. Damn it. How are we going to do this real quick? We can check the actual state here too. So if we click on a tile, we can check this if right, like this. And what we need to do to restart is pretty easy, because we already have the grid clear. And we need to do this dot object, this one, but that's not a function. Would be nice. But we can do children for each. Would that be okay? I think let's call this tile, otherwise it will be we will be demonetized again. We start have to pay to stream. Yeah, so now we can just restart. So we can just make a property or a function here somewhere, a public one, restart. And I think this is it. And we can actually go in here and do this. Right? And now we can go into the HUD, go in here, no, into the HUD, go in here and do something similar we did to this. But now we just say restart. Would that work? I'm not sure. I think it does. Okay, let's play. Oh boy, what did I do? That was interesting. What did just happen? Oh no, I didn't win. There, I didn't win. I win. I won. It automatically restarted. Why does it automatically restart when I win? Which is... It's fun, but it's not what I need. Why does it restart when I didn't click the button? Oh, I think I know what might be going on. It could be. No, that's not how that works, right? This function is called. Or should this be a function? Should it be like this? It happened again? What? Yeah, I know. I still remember. I think I'd even downloaded that clip. Oh boy. This has to be a bomb. This cannot be a bomb. This cannot be a bomb. Why don't we get the UI anymore? Oh, we do have errors. Yeah. See, if we're game over, we just restart automatically. I don't know why we just restart when we are game over. It's this maybe? No, because otherwise we would create the grid multiple times. If we hit... Let's just debug, I guess. Has one. Boom. Has one. Has one. Cover tile. Set win state. True. Set win state would show that UI. Why would it call restart again when I click? Are there any other places? Create grid twice? Yeah. Let's add a breakpoint. Let's go here. Grid generator. Let's add a breakpoint here. I mean, why would it call this method immediately? It's actually handling the an on-click event. Why? Red UI based on pointer click. It's actually handling the click event. Why would it handle the click event? Okay, this seems to be like a deeper bug than just... get some water. Why would it handle that click event? My guess is that it's actually, even when the UI is not visible, just processing the click events. Or something. No, I don't think so. Because we are way beyond that. I mean, if at this point, but this is in the renderer, this is already called way down the line. Although this has the pointer event, so we might be able to change it here. But technically, we're just handling the click on the... The only thing I'm kind of wondering is if I need to do it like this. So now it's not adding the actual function, but it's adding it's adding this as a function and then calling it. So there's a step in between now. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, this is correct. The first time we go in here, we click. It's one. Okay, I guess this one. So now we are here. It's restarting again immediately. Yeah, okay, so now there's an anonymous function in between. So for some reason, it's already triggering the click event on that button. Why would it trigger the click event on that button? Why would it... Sometimes I think we might be too fast again. Which is... So we click on a tile and somehow the click is still being registered. So ideally we would see an animation and hear a sound effect and then see the win effect. So what if we just add a timeout here for testing purposes? So we do this. Something like this. And we do half a second. Would this fix it? Damn it. See, I think the click is still... Because it's probably maybe even in the same frame or something. Now it works. And we can still... We cannot place flags, we can still select the flag, but... Doesn't matter. And we can rotate the board, which means the numbers are upside down, but... Nice. I'm just going to keep it at this for now, and I'm going to 3 o'clock already. Okay, game over. We need to... If we had hit a bomb, we need to do a game over state. That's the last thing we need to do, and then we can make it nicer. So we already know when we're game over because we hit a bomb, and that's this state. So we do this. Game over. No, we don't have to do it like this. Oh, this is interesting. This is actually quite stupid what I did here. Which seemed to be something I do often. Because we only need to do it like this. We don't need to check. This is just for the mouse to reset or something. And the same for game over. But now we can just call... No, let's keep it like this. Save. In this case, let's call game over. There we go. And I think we're just going to clone the has one for now. Bloop. Underscore game over. Because we do the same thing, but we set losing It's with 1. Set losing state model. Set win state. Control C. Set losing state. And this is losing. Is it 1 or 2 O's? Damn it. Sometimes losing is with 2 O's. Thank you. So we do. There we go. Or not, and then I'm going. I have even more stupid errors in my code. Let's duplicate this. Let's go there. Losing state, and losing state. There we go. So now we have a losing state and a winning state, a win state and a losing. No, I don't know. I don't care. Okay, and now we have something similar. We can just modify the text, right? We can just... we can just do this. I think it's lost. Show win, show lost. That's better. Okay, let's do this. If losing state this doesn't make sense. Does this make sense? I think it is. If we go here and we do it like almost. Why? Win state, lose state. Oh, I know. It's actually quite funny. There are 2 tiles left. I uncovered a tile, it was a bomb, but it did not trigger the bomb, it triggered the last 2 tiles left. So now I won. Damn it, that's not how it's supposed to be. That's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, maybe this. Yay, game over. I can still continue to play. It's pretty bad, the code. It's always with these kind of things when you want to build something quickly, you end up with a mess. I need to reset them and the restart. Set win state, set lose state, losing state, and reset action to uncover, reset everything. That's be fine. Cool. So now technically we should be able to just go in here, and when we pick a bomb, oh no, game over. We cannot do anything else. We cannot place things. We do play again, and we can just start again. Ooh, tricky. So we can say, well, that's a flag. That's one. Yay, we win. Cool. So I think we have, and this is a bit empty still, but technically we have a full game. Okay. Now what's next? What did I do? I cannot. Weird. There was a window in the way, but I didn't see anything. Okay. Now the big question is, the big question is, are we going to do something else really quick? Let me quickly check if there's nothing wrong. No. Okay. Let's add sound effects. Right. It shouldn't be too hard, I guess. Yeah, sound effects is easier than animations. Yeah. Okay, let's do something real quick. So let's do a new component or a new class. I think a class would be fine. I don't have a classes folder. Oh well, we'll add a class folder. New folder, class. So in the classes are things that are not normally go somewhere else. So we do a new file and a new audio. What do we call it? Audio manager.ts. And we do a Sorskoot singleton this time. Create a new class with a singleton. There we go. And this one has a method play. And play. We'll take a sound enum file, a new file, sounds.ts, export enum sounds. Okay. That's one. Then we need to, oh, that's not how that works. Okay. So we need to initialize this at some point at the start. And no, actually we can do that by making the Wonderland component. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just redo this. Delete the file manager, delete the class folder, yeah, and add a component, new file, and let's call this audio manager.ts. And now we do a WL component singleton, right? And now we have a start, and we need to add it to the game. So let's do add empty. Let's call this managers, and let's call this the audio manager. There we go. So now we have the audio manager, and now I need to try to remember how I use the audio API. Import, no, I don't know, something from Wonderland Audio, what's it called? Spatial audio, there we go. And it's the global audio manager, I think it is. So in start, we do, yes, load batch, and it takes an array, I think, of stuff, a pair of string number, yeah. Okay, so this takes an array of things, and we can say, this is an array or an array of arrays. It's a pair, and that's a string array or string, and a number, a pair. An array of a string and a number. So, Okay, let me just... no, that's not the right one. Just give me 1 sec. Is there an example here? Live example. There should be examples. See, load. It's this syntax. There's also load batch. I was pretty close, but I'm not sure. Example. Is there an example of load batch in here? Oh, well, otherwise we don't do load batch and we load them individually. I forgot how to use it. It's always when you stream you forget everything. So it was this syntax, right? So is it an array of that? It's an array of that. And then we have sounds and we have, let's do click. Let's start with a click sound when we click on a button, right? So we only need one. So we do this. Oh, we can even do it like this, I guess. But would that be an array of those then? Or just like this? It's like this. This is the syntax. Okay. Sounds, click, click. And click is the first sound. Go. And it's just an enum, so it doesn't matter. Audio manager, click, and we go into the static folder. Do we have a static folder? No, we don't have a static folder yet. Oh, folders. No, not folders, static. I'm not thinking straight. Okay, sound effects. I do have a lot of sound effects in my assets right here. As effects. Now, I don't know which ones are actually free. It doesn't matter. Well, it does, but is this free? This is probably coming from a Unity project. Or not. I don't know anymore. Does Kenny have sound effects? Yeah. Nice. Then we can use them. UI audio. License double check. CC0. Okay, great. Audio. Lots of audio. Hundreds of thousands of megabytes of audio. Click. These are OGG files, which is not working on Mac, but it's fine for this. No, I don't like that. I'm just going to use click 5. I don't really care at this point. SFX, and let's drop this one in here. Click OGG. It's fine as long as we have a sound effect. Okay. Then we need to have something for the uncover of. Well, we need to have a bomb audio. Is there a bomb on impacts? Explosion or boom or footsteps, impact metal, impact plane, wood. No. That's just not an explosion. Sci-fi sounds, RPG sounds. Preview doesn't know. It's weird that it's so slow. There's no explosion in here. Explosion 1. Whoa, sorry about that. Oh. Oops. That was loud. Now everybody's awake again. Let's use that one. So, that was loud. Sorry. Let's try it again. Ho, 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 ho. Then you know you lost the game. And then we need to have a winning sound. Is there a music jingle? Audio, retro, hit, pizzicato, steel drums, retro. What's in retro? Jingles. Oh, it's so freaking loud. No. Is there just a win? You win. You win.
Winner.
That would be fun. I don't like the sounds. You win, you win. Cheer, maybe? Cheerful annoyance. That's a song. Can we just go and just do bleepity bleep? You win. Interface impact. Level up or something that sounds a bit positive. Drawer close, book flip, metal case, nice life. Just want a level up sound or something. Ta-da, maybe. Nope. Nope. What is Foley? What are whoosh now? You would think that there would be something in here. Need to have a word with Kenny. I know, game over sounds. We have game over sounds, but not lose sounds, secret sounds, upgrade. That could be. That's not really winning. Coin error, explosion. I lowered the audio for you guys, but not for myself. I want to have this in. I really need to end the stream within about 10 minutes. It's only losing sounds. Casinos should have a winning sound, right? I mean, casinos are all about winning. Large dagger package, bad handle, stack throw, die, shuffle throw. Nope. Okay, I'm just doing something I should not do. Probably go into my SFX library, because I know there are. I mean, that's already better than. I think the stuff from Infantia is free to use, right? It's a bit short, but let's go with this one. Then we have 3 files and we can. So this is going to rename them click explosion. And let's go success. Now, it's a WAV file and 2 OG files. It's normally I would add something to process the files, and so this is click.og, And we need to have 2 more. So we had the explosion. We need to add that in a second. And we have the success. And it's success. Typing is hard. .wave. And we have explosion.ogg. Okay. Let's go to sounds. And success. Okay, so now technically we should be able to play this. Now, yeah, play. There are ways I need to do this to make it better, but and then sound. And then we do global audio manager dot play, and we use that ID, which it happens to be the sound. So technically we should just load this and play sounds by enum now. And since this is an singleton, it should just be able to play anything we want at any point we want. So when we have one, we do audio manager audio manager dot instance. Okay, audio manager was not the best name for this, since there is already another on the audio manager, but we'll deal with it for now. And we go down here, we say auto manager dot instance dot play sound success. Now this is the easiest way of just playing sounds. It's just dot explosion. Otherwise we need to have a second. We need to have a third one when we uncover something, like a little rumble. Yo, Invencia, do you have a rumble? Glass falling, monster notification, scratches. Demolish. It's a bit long, but let's just try another one. Actually, this should be fun to show. Well, let's do 5. So what you can do with the audio. Oh well. What you can do with the audio is that it's automatically playing them randomly. So you can pass an array here. And this is uncover. Oh, we don't say what it's not working, but we don't have that yet. Okay, so we have an uncover sound. And what we can do now, since we have 5 of these, we can just pass them all in. 4, 5. And now it becomes an array, and it plays a random one from that array when you play uncover. So let's do that. Let's go to the grid generator. Let's go and do here if it's covered. Now I don't think we should uncover it like that. This would be very noisy if we just... Can we set a volume? Because if it's playing uncover, it will uncover. So we click here. And it will play the sound a lot of times. because this is recursive, right? Uncover neighbors and uncover neighbors does the click again. We can add a boolean here. And we say, comma, auto boolean equals false. So we only play the audio, we only play the effect if it's not auto. If not auto, audio manager, sound uncover, right? And now the last thing I want to do is in the HUD, when we click one of these buttons, the user action, we play the click event. Right, and this sounds, and this is the click sound. Cool. So technically, now we should have audio in the game. Yeah, I lowered the sound really much, so it's a very small click. Oh, yeah, there's no flag. I think it works. The wind sound is wrong. Sound success. I heard an explosion when I won. S1. Why do we hear an explosion when I won? Interesting. I don't think the success is playing. And that's probably because I made a typo in the file name or something. Audio manager success is success.wave. Sound success, autos are wave. Yes, I'm missing an S. Oh, it needed a typo. I could have checked the thing in the background. So. Cool. Okay, so let me switch back to 8 tiles. Let's do one more thing. I have 1 minute left before I really need to go. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. I was going to give it, going to drop it live, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to leave it at this for today. I think we managed to create a pretty fun clone of Minesweeper today, and yeah, I might be able to continue this at some point. Well, so if you want to see what's going on, and if I continue this, make sure to just look down in the video, subscribe to this channel, and do things like follow me on Twitter and join Discords, join Wonderland Engine. That being said, if you want to learn more about Wonderland and get to know everything there is to know, make sure to check out the course that is in the description. And if you enroll the course today, you can use Sorskoot 40 as a discount code and get 40% off. Only today. So if you watch in the future, you're out of luck. So you have to watch today. And with that, I'm just going to thank everybody for hanging out. Let's go to this cam for a second. It was a pretty long stream. We had some hiccups. I streamed for 5 hours and 45 minutes almost. Wow, that's a lot. But yeah, I have everything up and running now, so I can stream again, and I will probably. I'm looking forward to the next one. So yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you on another one. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.